it's time to Kincade and Salciunas is on the air. Broadcasting live on the Fanatic app and YouTube channel. Here are your hosts, John Kincade and Andrew Salciunas. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
And a good Tuesday morning, Philadelphia. Andrew Salciunas alongside my man, John Kincade. There's plenty of snow out there, but it was nice to already see some of it melt yesterday, John Kincade. Unlike last time where we had the sleet, it was like a sandwich. It was like a snow sandwich where we had the snow fall a month ago, then there was the ice on top, and then the snow fell back on top of that. At least this was all the fluffy stuff. It was easy to move yesterday.
I think they took they did a great job because even today I was able to take the car from the parking garage because we had another night in the hotel last night.
Yep.
And take the car from the garage over to the parking lot. They cleared it perfectly. The streets look really good.
Yeah, shout out to the crews, everybody that's out there, and they're out there for hours, right? Not it's not at 9 to 5. They're there when the snowfall starts, whenever they get the go ahead on the walkie-talkie, start plowing. Both sides, look, I'm both sides of the bridge. PA and Jersey were spectacular yesterday, so shout out to all the crew members working hard out there.
By the way, I wanted to put a smile on your face this morning just for one of our listeners, Travis.
Hello, Travis.
Who will still be working this morning. Travis is the plow guy.
Oh, what's up, Travis? Thank you.
He now has a third summer in the books from this storm alone.
Yeah.
And this year's Christmas is going to be a surprise Disney trip for next year for his family.
Love that.
With this kind of cash that he's put away.
Yeah.
So he's got 3 summers of a shore house vacation where he brings his parents and pays for the whole house and everything, and a surprise Christmas Disney trip. So for all of you who are out there hustling, working, by the way, that is a side hustle.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's not
That is a side hustle that he does.
They don't just sit there at their house and pray for snow.
And this this winter, though, he said it is unbelievable. And he says he has lost 11 pounds this winter. And he's so he says, but he's listening. He listened to the whole show yesterday. He's going to listen to the whole show
Shout out to you,
today.
Travis. Connor, next year, you, me, we take off whenever there's a big snowstorm. Make
And
some
just
extra
do this?
cash. John can handle it by himself.
No, I just found out I'm Travis's long-lost cousin, so I'll see you down the shore, buddy.
Okay, yeah.
There
You're
you
not,
go.
yeah, you're
I'll
not.
be over for Christmas.
So you don't want to do any of the work. You just want to reap the
No,
benefits.
I'm a
Got
moocher,
it.
bro.
All right, so yesterday we played the audio from Saquon Barkley. We'll play it early here. Saquon Barkley and how excited he is for the Sean Mannion offense. And we talked about it yesterday. When he says it like I believe it, I don't think he's just some guy that's going to speak on behalf of the Eagles always in a glowing way. He was honest when he was upset last year. Maybe not to the same extent as some other players on the Eagles, but he was pretty honest, and he talked about how numerous times things just weren't working for the Eagles offense. And so he had the opportunity to sort of talk to Sean Mannion, get an idea of what Sean Mannion wants to do. And this was Saquon Barkley over the weekend talking about Mannion.
I'm super excited about it. I'm going on year 9, which is crazy to say. I've had a lot of different coaches and head coaches and been a part of a lot of systems. And I don't think I really came across a system like this. And for me, it's just about, it's refreshing. You get something new. You get to learn something new. I got to meet him. We didn't really talk about X's and O's and kind of just really, kept it just introduction and got to meet a lot of the new guys on offense. But as a competitor, you love it. You love the challenge of putting yourself in a new system and, doing the things that you do really well and also things that you need approval on and that they're going to challenge us to do. And I feel like we are able to have that mindset as an offense and buy into that. I think the sky's the limit.
Can I just tell you how much I love that guy?
Yeah, by the way, that was with Tom Pelissaro. So
Thank you, Tom. Can I tell you just how much I admire that 9 years into the league, change thrown at him, and change isn't easy, and it's not easy for any one of us. And it is to me, refreshing to hear him set the tone for everybody to be like, embrace the change, embrace the challenge, and talk about the things that even he can learn and he can get better. I love it.
Look, it's an important message, too, especially for, not that I think like Lane Johnson's going to flip off Chris Cooper, the new offensive line coach, but you have a new offensive line coach that is replacing a legendary offensive line coach in league circles in Jeff Stoutland, and you have Lane Johnson, who has been with him his entire career, Jordan Mailata, who literally says Stoutland you during his introductions. I wonder if he does that again this year. That'll be interesting.
I wonder if that would be
like an homage. Why not? I'm sure the Eagles would be okay with it.
I'm sure the Eagles will be okay with it, but I do wonder.
I think they're okay with their Pro Bowl left tackle. You know what I mean? Like, there's a reason why he became a Pro Bowler.
It's Cooper College now.
No, I do wonder. I think in homage to Stoutland, it would be continued and it would be good.
Yeah, I don't think the Eagles would have a problem with it. But there's a lot of offensive linemen that are going to have to embrace a new challenge because who knows what the new look offensive line strategies will be from the run game because Jeff Stoutland was also the run game coordinator. So you're right. It's going to be a challenge for some of these guys, especially who have been here for a long time. But we're all excited for it because last year sucked. Quite frankly, that's why we're excited about it because last year was so abysmal and we saw the writing on the wall. Well, some of us saw the writing on the wall that it would not go well with a guy that had no clue what he was doing and for 18 years never got a sniff of being promoted. And, and of course I'm talking about Kevin Patullo here. So I think everybody's excited just because it's a different name first and foremost. But then you have an interesting question, Johnny, about just how excited we should be if there could be a whole new offense.
And look, I want everybody to take this in the spirit that it's offered, because it's not this is not a negative question.
No,
this is a question of how far do you want it to go? Mm-hmm. Because if you implement a complete wholesale change, the learning curve is going to have a chance to really cost this team.
Sure.
If you go with something that is going to be scrap everything that we've done in the past, do things that are completely different, there's a chance that September and October could be really, really bumpy. Okay?
That's the terminology I used not that long ago.
And then November and December and January, this thing could be cooking. And that may be cool with you. But the cost of September and October being really bumpy may be you could, I'm saying could, cost yourself the division. Mm-hmm. I don't believe you would, but you could. And you most likely would cost yourself a chance at the 1 seed. You could cost yourself a chance at having 2 home playoff games. Do you balance that playing at home, winning those games? How do you want to do it? With a team that is veteran-laden, that has won a Super Bowl in the past 14 months, 13 months.
Not even.
Do you want to say to yourself, let's scrap everything and start from bare bones where it could be really, really bumpy getting this thing up and running? Or do you want it to be more of a change that is, let's fix the passing game and try to keep the running game with a healthy offensive line more like we know it? How do you want? Wholesale change or more cosmetic change?
All right, so Petty Andrew would love the wholesale change. Like because I hated the offense so much last year. I deemed them dead in November. That's how much I hated the offense. So Petty Andrew,
you hated watching it.
Yeah, it sucked. It was I was miserable watching the Eagles last year. Other than like the excitement for kickoff, and then the game happened, and then I hated my life, even though they won a lot of those games. Petty Andrew wants to see a completely different offense because I hated it so much last year. And let's face it, I know there's a lot of people that get uncomfortable with it. There are questions about whether or not Jalen Hurts can run certain offenses in the NFL. What's the best way to learn it? By doing it. That's Petty Andrew. But I'm not petty this morning. I got to be logical. I'm glad that you said it because you stole something that I was going to bring up. It hasn't even been 14 months. It hasn't even been 13 months.
That is correct. It was February the 9th.
When they won a Super Bowl with an offense that we wondered, could this win a Super Bowl? Where people like Alex Smith on ESPN were saying, it's good enough to get you to the Super Bowl, but not good enough to win you the Super Bowl, which I thought was one of the most asinine comments I've ever heard.
Because if you're there, you can win it.
Yeah, absolutely. But there were legitimate questions about the Eagles' offense in the 2024-25 season, and that led to them winning a Super Bowl in one of the most dominant Super Bowl performances that we've ever seen. And so Logical Andrew realizes that. Logical Andrew realizes that if they had a better offensive coordinator last year, even with all the injuries, I don't think they're winning a Super Bowl. But do I think that they're probably the 2 seed?
I think they're playing in the NFC Championship game. They're one of the final 4.
Could be.
With a better with a competent offensive coordinator, that team's in the final 4 with a chance.
Yeah. And that's
with a chance.
That's a name. That is just a name and a mindset and an ability to call plays on the fly and not pee themselves on 2nd and 12, which happened way too often.
And by the way, the name is not Sean Mannion.
No.
Because I don't know what Sean Mannion is. So I'm not saying, well, if they had Sean Mannion last year, I'm not saying
No,
that.
could just anyone that like people thought would be an offensive coordinator like years ago.
Correct.
Or had already done it, which is why I actually did prefer somebody that has done it before, but I didn't get what I preferred. I'm excited for Sean Mannion. We'll see it. I don't think they need to do this complete overhaul. You have the same roster. We talked about it yesterday. We'll see what happens with Dallas Goedert. We'll see what happens with A.J. Brown, whether or not he gets traded. But right now, on February 24th, you have the exact same roster that just won 2 years ago. Why would I have to all of a sudden do this brand new offense that's going to change everything with a team that won a Super Bowl not that long ago?
Okay, now the thing is this, is that I found the offensive approach, like to me, really boring to watch, but boring was successful.
Yeah,
So
boring
I get
was good
you.
2 years
Boring
ago.
was successful, and boring can be successful. Like I have a financial analyst who I really like to study and deal with and everything that will tell you boring is good.
Yeah.
The guy who tries to sell you sex and sizzle with investing and everything like that is usually a guy who's going to take you down a road that you're going to take it in the shorts sometimes and end up costing yourself. So to me, I agree with you, but I also do wonder, are we limiting what this potentially can be if we don't let Mannion really cook? Are we bringing a guy in, if we take that mindset, the one that you and I are sort of espousing here, and we're saying, Sean, come in and just fix the place up. Don't build something.
Well, that could
from
be
scratch.
that could be year one, and then you can add to it in year two, unless they win the Super Bowl and he's a head coach elsewhere, because that could possibly happen.
And that could.
Here's what I want them to ultimately do, John, because one of the things I bring it up often because it's burned in my brain, because I thought it was such an arrogant answer by the head coach of this football team when he had the one-on-one phone call with Jeff McClain, and Jeff dropped it on his podcast, Uncovering the Birds. Jeff wrote about it. When Jeff McClain asked Nick Sirianni after the Eagles lost in the Super Bowl 57 to the Chiefs, hey, are you going to have a different-looking offense next year? And Nick Sirianni's answer was, no, you don't have to completely change an offense. You just have to get better at what you already do well. And I thought that was a very arrogant answer, because it made it feel like Nick Sirianni had all the answers. Our offense is the best. Nobody can stop our offense. And then that same year, if you remember, was when we got the quote of, we don't motion just to motion. And it's like, well, a lot of teams do. And, yeah, you had success and got to the Super Bowl, but you didn't create the game of football. There was in 2023, Nick Sirianni got a little too arrogant about his offense that got to the Super Bowl the previous year.
The weird thing is I remember you filling in for Cuz when that came out.
I hated it.
You were doing in for Cuz. I think he was on the Italian Adventure. And I heard you do that show that day. And though I didn't disagree with you, I thought you were being a little. I think you were. I thought you were taking it to the red zone when you could have kept it to like the 40-yard line.
I took a shot downfield chunk play.
And you
baby.
did.
I love
Throw
chunk
the
plays.
dagger.
And by the way, you ended up being right.
Yeah.
And I'm hearing it at the time, and I'm going, okay.
No tush push on that show.
And I said, you did not. You went aggressive.
I was
and I'm
Ben
going,
Johnson, baby.
And though
I
I
only
did-
like explosive plays.
Though I didn't necessarily disagree, I'm like, okay, I don't know that I'm going to take it that
Wait a
far.
minute. Breaking news, a Philadelphia radio host may have gone a little too far in his analysis.
No. Yeah, but wait a minute.
Oh,
But wait a
wow.
minute, though. Whoa. Yeah, but you owned it. And you believed it.
Yeah.
There's a difference. You believed it. You weren't doing a show. You weren't saying, hey, how can I elicit a response?
Yeah.
It was the idea that I thought that it was maybe a little too far. But the idea of the one thing I did agree with you on, Sirianni being too chesty, I agreed with you 100%.
Yeah, he went too far.
Because I do believe that I don't believe that Nick has
Offensive
Saquon's
ideas.
I don't think he has Saquon's awareness. Saquon's awareness that Saquon has on his sound by talking about Sean Mannion coming in. I don't hear that a lot from Nick, because when Nick gets challenged a lot of times, he starts doing the reciting the resume or talking about his why he made his decisions, and it gets a little testy. Saquon's like, I've been in the league 9 years. I'm still needing to learn. I still need to get better. I think Nick could learn from listening to Saquon. That's me. That's just me.
We can always learn as we continue to.
Well, you better.
Connor, do you want to see a whole new looking offense or tweaks? Because at this look, it's going to change regardless. We all agree.
It's going to.
It's not going to be 49% of your routes being hitch routes. It's not going to be inside zones on 2nd and 12. Like, the offense will look different from last year. The question is completely different or tweaked back to what worked 2 years ago.
Yeah, John brought up his financial analyst friend that says, hey, boring is good. There's another financial mind, Gordon something or other from back in the day, that would say greed is good.
Yes.
And I'm feeling
Gordon
greedy
Gecko.
today. Yeah, that is correct.
Yes.
Gordon's something or another.
I knew who it was. I'm just messing around. But, yeah, I'm getting greedy with this for a couple reasons. One, because I think they need to. One, because I want them to. Like, my natural inclination as a football fan is the air raid offense. Like, I want to see them throw the ball down the field. And I can't lie to you. I'm jealous of how other teams act and operate in the year 2025, 2026.
But we just had a topic not long ago about how the last two Super Bowl champions were, let's not let the quarterback do too much. Let's run the football. Let's have a really good defense. Hurts played really well in the Super Bowl.
Right.
Sam Darnold played really well in the NFC Championship game. But point to me the other games
Here's the
where
problem.
they threw for 300 yards. They didn't.
Here's the problem. All of that stuff that you're like, should they stick with it? I don't think they have the guys who can implement it anymore. Unless you believe Jamal Singleton, who they retained as the running backs coach, is going to be able to just purely build the run game the way Jeff Stoutland did. Stout's not here. None of the previous OCs are here. Sean Mannion has a completely different philosophy on football. And I don't trust Nick Sirianni to create that offense because he hasn't shown enough to be able to scheme an offense that works consistently.
Well, yeah, he's not creating it, but he can say, this is what I want you to do. I want you to not turn the ball over.
But
right? Like, that's, dude, he literally had a PowerPoint during Hard Knocks of, this is the percentage of times you win if you win the turnover. But like, it was a whole thing on it. He's obsessed with it.
Yeah, but if Stoutland's still here, then I'm like, okay, keep the previous principles because I trust the guy that is going to be putting this in. If it's Nick Sirianni holding over the principles of the old guard, I don't trust it because I feel like he was just a part of that equation, and he was one that needed to be out of the way more than the one leading the charge. So at this point, you're so far removed staff-wise from the group that was able to create the team that won in 2024-25. I'm ready to just have wholesale changes because I think half measures are going to leave you in a bad spot.
Connor, I think you make a great point there that half measures in business tend to fail. Half measures in business would tend to be business executives and everything would tell you half measures are the ones that are going to fail.
Yeah, if we're going to change, we better well change it.
If you're going to do it, change it. Change it. Make the changes that make sense.
So you'd rather go full change?
No, I don't, though. And that's where I'm going to say I'm a hypocrite. That's where I'm going to say I'm a hypocrite. Because I believe this situation is slightly different. Because I trust the men in the room that are the 11 they're counting on, maybe 10, because I don't believe A.J. Brown's going to be here.
Sure.
I trust that they have the personnel in that room that can handle the manipulation of 30% manipulation to get better, 35% manipulation to get better. I trust that group to implement the 1/3 change, the 40% change to get better. The personnel to me matters in that. But Connor's point makes a lot of sense, though.
Look, you also...
and I'm being a hypocrite. I'm telling you, I'm being a hypocrite, so I'll raise my hand.
You also know that this team is kind of built to be that aggressive style. Like,
plus where they
A.J.
are.
Brown, let's say A.J. Brown's back. He's more of an aggressive wide receiver than a shifty wide receiver. Dallas Goedert, we know, is an aggressive tight end both in the passing game and in the run game when it comes to blocking. Saquon Barkley can do a little bit of both, but the offensive line is built to be aggressive. You don't really have small offensive linemen, right? Like Cam Jurgens looks like a child next to the other guys, right? In terms of size. So this team isn't necessarily built to be a Sean McVay or a Kyle Shanahan or a Mike McDaniel who Sean Mannion has studied under.
If Coke fell behind Pepsi for a year,
Always
a calendar
has.
year.
Always has.
No, it hasn't. If they
Team
did,
Pepsi.
they wouldn't scrap and do wholesale changes. By the way, they did once. You're too young to remember it. They once decided, they panicked, changed their entire formula, changed their entire thing, and made Coke taste different. They panicked, did it. It failed miserably.
That's why Team
they
Pepsi-
went back to their normal thing, and then they crushed again.
But Coke just fell behind Pepsi, Dr. Pepper, Dr. Pibb, Extra, whatever. Like, the Eagles were so far down the list last year. It wasn't just behind one competitor.
Is it Dr. Pibb, or is there two doctors?
Mr. Pibb, actually.
Mr.
I think
Pibb.
it is.
You know, underrated. You guys are gonna rip me for it. Big RC Cola guy.
Oh, my
you
gosh.
would be.
The
I love
fact that
RC.
you like Pepsi more than Coke tells me all I need to know.
RC Cola is a solid.
Why don't you just have
is
the
a
sugar?
Solid. I used to go to
Cola.
the ShopRite in when I was a kid. The ShopRite on Route 45. My mom would get you get the slice of pizza.
And you get RC Cola?
That was what they had in the fountain.
Why don't you just get a big scoop of sugar and put it in your mouth?
Delicious. I wondered why I had childhood obesity issues. Coming up next, more on Sean Mannion and his offense. How about his coaching staff? Johnny, it is the youngest staff in a very long time. That and a conversation on the World Baseball Classic. It's Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Embiid out again. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Sixers are in Indiana taking on the Pacers tonight, but will once again be taking the floor without Joel Embiid. He continues to be out with shin and knee issues. The good news is the Pacers have most of their team currently on their own injury report, so still an opportunity for the Sixers to find another win after their win over Minnesota. Tip-off is at 7 p.m. You can hear that game live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Phillies broke one of the cardinal rules of baseball yesterday. They tied the Nationals 5-5 down in spring training. No extras there in spring training games. Edmundo Sosa did go 2 for 3 with 8 runs scored. They'll play the Marlins today at 1:10 p.m. as they continue to get ready for the regular season. Flyers are back for NHL action tomorrow night after the long Olympic break. They'll be down in Washington facing off against Alex Ovechkin and the Capitals. And the NFL Combine continues from Indianapolis. No major news from the Eagles yet, but we will keep you updated. Former CEO of the Raiders, Amy Trask, joins us at 9:05 to talk about the process teams and players go through at the Combine. So that'll be some good information you're not going to want to miss. The inside look at how this time the NFL offseason works. This update is brought to you by Orderly Meds, affordable GLP-1s. OrderlyMeds.com gives you access to semaglutide and tirzepatide, often up to 50% less. Visit OrderlyMeds.com/radio. Individual results may vary. Eligibility required. See site for details. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
This hour of Kincade Salciunas is presented by Bradford White Water Heaters. Bradford White, they're here for the pro.
Sorry, jumped the gun a little bit. Jumped the gun a little bit because there are some interesting quotes that we're going to get into.
Interesting.
Very interesting quotes that we're going to get into in a little bit here. From one Howard Roseman. We'll get to that momentarily. So
I wonder if his parents called him Howard. Or if he was ever Howie. If he was always Howie, I mean.
I'm sure he was Howard at one point.
Yeah, when he got in
They
trouble.
probably called him
Grandma
Howard.
and Grandpa called him Howard.
Yeah, but I'm sure,
I'm sure as a Gator, when he was a Gator, I bet you he was not.
You don't think he was walking around Gainesville going,
Howard.
Hi, I'm Howard.
No.
Nice to meet you.
I bet on the first day of class he may have been Howard.
And he'd probably say, yeah, you can call me Howard.
I don't even ask the kids what they want to
Whatever
be
he wants
called.
to do. You just go. You just do it.
No, I
Go
give
for it.
nicknames.
Oh.
I give nicknames. We got Disney Channel. We got one kid's Disney Channel. We got one, like, we just make up nicknames for us. Don't even know their names. As long as they get good grades, they're fine.
All right. Before we get to these comments, just real quick, NBC Sports Philadelphia did the average age of the Eagles coaching staff, offensive coaching staff.
Okay.
It comes out to 39.7 years old, which is the youngest offensive coaching staff for the Eagles in 29 years when Ray Rhodes was the head coach.
You know who was his OC?
John Gruden.
John Gruden.
Yes.
And you know who had the youngest staff in the NFL in 2021? Nick Sirianni.
How about that?
The entire staff with, when you're talking about Jonathan Gannon
Yeah.
and all that entire staff.
Yeah, I'm not saying this is a bad thing.
No, I'm just saying is that
I just wanted to point it out.
no, it is young though. It's very young.
The reason why I wanted to point it out, when I was writing it down, I wrote Sean Mannion's staff.
Oh, you did. You did. I took note of that, but I thought you were talking about the offensive staff. So,
What do you make of that? Like, I literally am, like, I did not even give Nick Sirianni credit.
But you know that Nick Sirianni has nothing to do with the offense.
You're right. That's what I'm saying. Like, the head coach of my football team, I'm not even giving credit for the rest of the staff being built.
Well, why should he have anything to do? Why should he get credit for the offense? Because he has nothing to do with it.
The head coach is a winning head coach. Like, I should give him a little bit of credit.
We've already learned twice that he has nothing to do with the offense.
Bill's going to take this and play it on the air later today.
He has nothing to do with the offense. He's shown us that in 2023 and 2025. He's crashed the plane right into the side of the mountain.
No, he hasn't crashed.
Yeah, because he doesn't know how to.
He's been on the plane. He just hasn't helped.
No, he doesn't know how to help. So he's not going to get any credit when things go well. No.
I think this is a good thing, though. I think this is a look inside the mind of Andrew Salciunas. Your word when you described the Eagles was optimistic. And I think this is you subconsciously believing that autonomy has been given to Sean Mannion.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know that that's true because Nick Sirianni has meddled before, and I believe he will meddle again. But it seems like how you're feeling is that Sean Mannion has gotten enough runway to try and take this plane over. Look, part of the reason
why I feel that way, right? And maybe it is a subconscious feeling, but if we were to talk it out, Sean Mannion is destined to be a head coach, according to league circles, right?
That seems to be the consensus.
Not us. We're not calling him some future head coach in the NFL, but league circles. Why would he screw it up? Why would he go to a situation where it could get potentially screwed up? That has been the Doyle rules. Declan Doyle. Remember, Shefty told us he stayed in Chicago because he wanted to be closer to his family. And then all of a sudden, like 3 days later, he goes to Baltimore because maybe he thought that situation was better. That is a possibility because if he's another destined to be head coach guy, maybe Declan Doyle goes, well, I don't know if I'm going to make it work in Philadelphia. I don't want to put myself in a bad spot. Brian Johnson was going to be a future head coach in football. Remember that. That was the talk coming out of Florida. When he came here to be a part of the coaching staff, then he got the OC job when Steichen left. Talks were Brian Johnson, future head coach. Now he's getting assistant jobs.
Well, he's getting quarterback coach jobs.
Right. Like that.
He's not even getting OC jobs.
That destined to be a head coach quickly ended. And I don't think it's because Brian Johnson is some buffoon. It didn't work here, and now all of a sudden, leagues look at you a certain way. League talks. So if I'm Sean Mannion and I'm destined to be the next head coach, why would I go to a situation where I'm going to screw it up or get screwed up?
Well, remember when Brian Johnson was here? Remember how everybody was there were the Brian Johnson supporters that were trying to spin to you. He's a victim here. The league knows it's not his fault. It's not Brian Johnson's fault. The league understands that. There were a lot of people trying to spin that tail. The league knows. 3 years later, Brian Johnson's still not a hot commodity. All these job openings, all these things, Brian Johnson's not getting a sniff. So the league told you in 2023 that Brian Johnson was the problem here.
He is now the senior offensive assistant for the Rams. So Sean McVay,
Yep, giving him a shot.
sees him as a bright mind.
Giving him a shot. Sean McVay needs his coffee too, just like Dan Quinn needed it. Sean doesn't drink energy drinks or anything. He drinks his protein shakes.
All right, I'm gonna hold off the World Baseball Classic topic for a bit because we could do it tomorrow too. Pretty interesting quotes just came out on multiple platforms. I saw it on NBC Sports Philadelphia, the same break John saw it on Philly Voice. So I saw the Reuben Frank article. You saw the Jimmy Kempski article. So the Combine takes place this week. And Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni will speak to, the gaggle of media that's not just Philadelphia when they're at Indianapolis. But Sirianni and Roseman both met with the media at the Jefferson Health Training Center. Sorry, because it's no longer NovaCare. It's now the Jefferson Health Training Center. And they got together, I guess this was yesterday, because there's no time stamp, but I'm guessing it was yesterday because they're about to embark on their journey to Indianapolis. And what do you think the number one question was? It was A.J. Brown.
Why not?
So back at the end of the season press conference, when they asked about A.J. Brown, why don't you find it, what Howie Roseman said? Because Howie Roseman, if you guys remember, talked about how, hey, we don't want to move on from great players. My job is to get great players, and A.J. Brown is a great player. And that was his answer. And when I heard that, I go, yeah, that makes total sense, that Howie Roseman. Here was Howie Roseman back in January, just last month.
We talked about this, I think, at the trade deadline last time I talked. It is hard to find great players in the NFL, and AJ is a great player. I think from my perspective, that's what we're going out and looking for. Go out here, free agency in the draft, is trying to find great players who love football, and he's that guy. So I think that would be my answer.
And that was, all right, and a lot of people ran with that. And look, this is what Howie Roseman said the last time. So I'm guessing this was yesterday. Here's the quote from Howard.
You're being very formal.
I don't think you can go into any conversation with anyone and just shoot things down without hearing what they have to say, because you never know. You never know if someone is going to give you something that you didn't anticipate, and if you won't even have the conversation, I don't think you're necessarily doing your job or really servicing the team that you're with. You never know what someone's willing to do. And certainly we've been in situations where there are guys that we didn't anticipate trading that we got an offer for that was too good, and then you balance it with what you can get there. So without getting into specifics on any player, we're always listening. We're always kind of open. There's a very few things that I would shoot down without even hearing what that means, because how does it hurt to listen?
I told you before. What do you think Jeffrey Lurie meant when he got him to calm down and said, we're going to fix this. It's going to be reportedly. Everything's going to be all right. We're going to fix this. Just, I need you to calm this down. This will be taken care of. What do you think he meant?
Well, because I want A.J. Brown back.
Well, no. That's not what I want you to do. I don't want you to come up with a scenario that says what you want it to be.
But
what do you think he meant?
Fixing this is we're going to fix this offense. We can't do this now. We can't fire Kevin Patullo.
But don't do it under the prism of you coming up with the scenarios the way you want it to be. What do you think he meant at the time?
I think it could have meant a multitude of reasons.
It could have been. It could have been. But what do you think it meant?
We're going to fix this. Could mean we're going to get a new coach. Don't worry. We screwed up, right? Admittedly, we messed up by allowing Nick to hire his buddy. That could be one of them, or to your point, or what I think you're getting at is just play out this season, be on your best behavior. We don't want your whatever return we can get for you tanked.
That's what I think. That's what I believe this is the case. I think that Jeffrey Lurie was like, be a good citizen. We're not gonna screw with you. We're not gonna screw you over. We're gonna take care of this. And at the end of the year, you might feel differently. But right now, I need you to behave, and I need you to not derail this season.
Now, we just played you the clip from Howie back in January, and then I just read you the quotes. How about Sirianni, who Sirianni is everybody's best friend,
Correct.
right?
He's the substitute teacher.
This was Nick Sirianni when being asked about A.J. Brown, again with the members of the Philadelphia media yesterday. Quote, my expectation is he wants to be here, and obviously you always want good players like that in your building. Before I continue, Derek Gunn just last week told us he believes he wants to be in Philadelphia. I will continue. Will A.J. be here next season? I mean, I think that we're still on a spot. Like, I can't guarantee how anything's going to play out into the next season. I can't guarantee that. I mean, I was thinking I'm going to be the head coach next season. But it's like you can't guarantee anything past tomorrow. That sounds a lot different from what Nick Sirianni usually says.
Correct. In other words, he's saying, the organization is not going to tank the value of the asset that they hold. The person who has the house that gets water damage when it rains, that takes water in their basement, is not going to lead with that when you go tour their house. They're going to lead with all of the other things that make the house look fantastic.
Right.
That's what they're going to lead with. They're not leading with the bad stuff. That's what they're going to lead with. And that's what they're trying to do right now.
Now, there was one more
Now,
quote.
the thing is, do I believe that they can keep him? Sure. Do I believe that AJ could have a change of heart maybe and be like, no, I really want to be a part of this? Could Mannion win him over? Yeah. I believe all those things.
Yeah.
But I also believe that AJ is something that they're, as an organization, a little exhausted by. That this is exhausting. You had a guy who was the week they won the Super Bowl was bitching and complaining about not being a big enough part about it. That's not fun. That's not fun.
Now, there was one more quote that I will end it with.
Okay.
Now, again, just because he says this, he did say a lot of other things that was a lot different than 1 month ago. But he did finish off his answer by saying, this is Howie Roseman, I'd go back to what I said at the end of the season. It's really hard to find great players. I think AJ is a great player. We're looking to improve in all areas, and you don't do that by subtracting. So
I think that's a great, and I love
how
that.
He ended it.
I love that comment. And again, 3 for 3. Connor, Andrew, me. We all would appreciate A.J. Brown being here next year if he wants to be here and wants to be a productive part of the team.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
I want him here regardless.
Oh, I don't want another year like last year. I don't want another guy half-assing
That's where you and I differ.
No, I don't want a guy half-assing
I just want him back.
No, I don't want a guy half-assing
Maybe come back.
No, I don't want a half-ass guy.
I thought it was arms wide open.
Yeah, with arms wide open now. Depending on the mood. All right, coming up next.
Nope.
I have a question about the World Baseball Classic. We'll react more about this. These A.J. Brown comments and should the Eagles change the offense entirely? We'll check our text line for the first time this morning, 610-632-0975. But a World Baseball Classic question off of the gold medal game that we all celebrated on Sunday. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
If you are looking to retire soon, or maybe in the next 10, 15 years, and you don't know if your plan is, let's just say, on the right track, Dan White & Associates is looking to help. They've been in business for around 40 years, and they want to stress test that retirement plan for you. You can attend one of their seminars that they hold through Pennsylvania, Delaware, and Maryland, or you can go visit them in Glen Mills, Middletown, or Lewis, Delaware, at one of their offices and enjoy a complimentary, no-risk consultation where you can have that conversation with their crew one-on-one. Dan White & Associates is going to help you create income in retirement so you can support the lifestyle that you're looking to live because they want to help you find certainty in your financial future. That's the best way to sleep well at night. But if you're somebody that's starting out and you're looking to figure out how we're going to create a financial future for ourselves, they can help you if you're in your 30s and 40s too. They've been helping clients for over 40 years. How do they do that? They lead you through your financial journey. Start the conversation today. Get that complimentary no-risk consultation. Visit danwhiteandassociates.com. And when you check them out, please, would you tell them that John Kincade from The Fanatic was the one that sent you?
From the
It's Salciunas right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. It is 6:48 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Johnny Marks in Florida. His family went down a day before the snowstorm. They actually changed their flight. I told you about my neighbors.
Yeah, so what'd they do?
My neighbors are planning on going to Clearwater. Their flight was originally yesterday. They saw the weather forecast, shifted it to today. I'm guessing they'll be able to get out today.
I'm looking at a lot of cancellations still this morning.
They were at 2 o'clock flight, they told me.
Yeah, it's still a lot of cancellations today, it seems like, but it's good. As long as they're getting planes, it depends on where planes are coming in from.
Yeah.
But it looks like they should get out. PHL's done a great job.
Yeah. And look, the reason why I bring it up is I imagine there are a lot of people listening right now or will be listening at some point today that were planning on going down to Clearwater as spring training started, right?
Yes. We're trying to get out. Like, we're going away, as a family. My wife and I were going away on Saturday.
Yeah. You're trying to play everything by ear. So
please
travel safely.
Yes, everybody.
And
be careful.
Enjoy yourself wherever you're going.
And just give yourself extra time.
Yeah.
Give yourself a little extra time so you're not stressing, and you'll be fine.
Absolutely.
The one thing that was said, though, is little pointer from I watched a lot of local news the last few days, is I guess I'm not familiar with it because we always Uber to the airport.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the lots for parking are not covered.
Oh, yeah, so they had to push the snow somewhere.
No, so like those lots, the people that were out of town are snowed in. So people that are going to the airport are finding that there's no parking thing. So they were saying last night, book off-site parking before you go to the airport, because people were getting to the airport and going, wait a minute,
where am I going to put my car?
Where am I going to put my car?
You remember when the Bills came back from a road game and there was a blizzard in Buffalo? And
what happened?
They literally couldn't. You know how you're supposed to shovel off the roof of your car, which a lot of people don't freaking do around here?
Isn't that kind?
They literally couldn't because they were gone for 3 days. There was a blizzard. Everything iced over. I mean, they were driving with like refrigerator-sized blocks of ice on their car.
Well, it was like they're just telling people is that whatever one of the lots are, there's like a big lot, and they were showing it on the news, but I don't know which lot it is because I don't use it. Not the garages. Mm-hmm. And the garages were full yesterday, by the way.
Of course.
People were driving up, and the garages were full. There was no parking. So just make sure you've checked. They say on the website, you can check the website and see if there's parking before you go.
Get there early or
just don't
Uber.
Stress yourself out. Ubering's the best way, I think.
Yeah, that might be the move to do right now.
Cost a little more, but I would say it's worth it.
So, speaking of baseball and spring training, as we will be able to watch the Fightin' Phils in full for a couple more days before the World Baseball Classic starts. I have a question off the World Baseball Classic. So,
what is
you're somebody that's not thrilled by it.
Not at all.
In fairness, you're also not thrilled by the Olympic hockey in the middle of the season because guys could get hurt. And
by the way,
this
year, thankfully, this Olympics, the least amount of players hurt,
which is good
compared to other previous Olympics. This was the least amount of players hurt. Sidney Crosby, obviously, one of the biggest stars. We'll see how big that is.
But you have the same energy for all the Olympics and all the extracurricular activities.
Right.
I love all the extracurricular activities. I love the World Baseball Classic. I can't wait.
Yeah, I don't like it because it's actually during baseball season.
We usually have the TV off in here. We are going to be watching from the Tokyo Dome on March 5th, Johnny. Oh, wait, you're going to be on vacation.
I'll be away.
You're going to be away. I'm going to be doing the Czech versus Korea live.
Do whatever you want.
On the air, 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock first pitch on FS1. We'll be talking about it here on Kincade and Salciunas.
Good club.
Will the high of the Olympic gold medal game?
Don't tell me. I know what you're going to say.
What? Go ahead.
You're going to say this has to do with this.
Go ahead.
You're going to draw this to World Baseball.
You have all the answers.
World Baseball Classic.
No, what was I going to say?
That the World Baseball Classic carry over to this?
I'm wondering. It's a question. Yes.
USA, like USA.
Just will the excitement of what was a very exciting gold medal game carry over to another international event that it's 1 week later? Happening?
If they get first of all, if the U.S. gets to a gold medal game, sure it would. There's no questions asked. Wrap yourself in the flag. anything we
I'm
do.
saying March. Their first game is March 6th,
March 17th.
8 p.m. against Brazil.
March 17th. Those games will not.
Okay.
Those games will not register huge. I don't believe they will register big on the Richter scale of America caring. But you move this tournament along, and the U.S. starts to play well. Yeah, I think it'll start to really register.
I just think more people know baseball than hockey.
No question.
I don't think I'm saying anything hot takey. More people know baseball than hockey. They know the rules better. They probably played it. Everybody played Little League at some point, more so than people playing hockey. We know how difficult it is as a kid to play hockey, payment, ice time, you name it. And more people know the names because it's marketed better. So, like, Bryce Harper, a kid I think knows Bryce Harper more than Jack Hughes.
Sure, absolutely.
Right? I think more kids know Bryce Harper than Jack Hughes.
He's a superstar.
He is a superstar. He's elite. Just don't ask Dave
really,
Dombrowski
sure
that. I wonder if it carries over. Like, will people? I heard Unfiltered yesterday saying, will more people watch hockey now that the Olympic gold medal game was so fun?
No.
I don't think so.
No, they never have.
Because that's a special event.
The game, I take it to exactly what my wife said Sunday morning. Huge Flyers fan. Not a big sports fan, but huge Flyers fan. She goes, wow, this game is so good. This is so exciting. Look at these players. She's used to just being a big Flyers fan.
Right.
She's seeing the quality of that play, and she's going, this is unbelievable.
Changes.
It's different. No, it's not going to make somebody go, wow, Islanders.
Right.
Islanders Devils on a Wednesday night.
But
it's not going to feel the same.
All the country pride that we saw Sunday morning and then into the afternoon on social media, right? You saw it.
Sure.
Every meme, the eagle. I saw an eagle holding the syrup bottle, right? Like, I saw all these memes. Will that carry over into the World Baseball Classic? It's not like we have to wait 2 months. We're waiting a week.
I think knockout rounds, yes. Early, like group play, no.
No.
Okay. I want to hear from
group play is hardly registered.
I want to hear from the people on this. You can text in, you can call in, you can YouTube in 610-632-0975. More on the Eagles and Howie Roseman, Nick Sirianni. They spoke yesterday about A.J. Brown. They also spoke about some of their players that are coming up off of their rookie deals. We'll tell you what they had to say next here on The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Another game without Embiid. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Sixers are in Indiana taking on the Pacers tonight, but will do so once again without Joel Embiid on the floor. He continues to be out with the shin and knee issues that have plagued him since the All-Star break. The good news is the Pacers have most of their team currently on their own injury report. Tip-off is at 7 p.m. You can hear that game live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. The Phillies broke one of the cardinal rules of baseball yesterday. A tie? Yes, it can happen down in spring training. They tied the Nationals 5-5 as that game finished even. Edmundo Sosa went 2 for 3 with a run scored. They'll play the Marlins today at 1:10 p.m. Only a handful of games left before some of the team leaves for the World Baseball Classic. The Flyers are back for NHL action tomorrow night. After the long Olympic break, they'll be down in Washington facing off against Alexander Ovechkin and the Capitals. And the NFL Combine continues from Indianapolis. No major news from the Eagles yet. The drills don't begin until Thursday, but we will keep you updated. We did get some quotes from Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni looking at the future of A.J. Brown, and it feels a little bit more murky than what it was the past couple of days. So we'll keep you updated on that situation. Former CEO of the Raiders, Amy Trask, joins us at 9:05 to talk about the process teams and players go through at the Combine. This update is brought to you by Uber Eats. You hungry? Good thing Uber Eats has a great deal waiting for you at Las Calas. From now till March 31st, get a buy one, get one free deal on Rigatoni Vodka on the app. Order now only on Uber Eats. Terms apply. See app for details. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
The Fanatic.
7 a.m. here on Kincade Salciunas 97.5. The Fanatic on this Tuesday morning. Just scanning through our YouTube chat during the commercial break. D Flyers checks in.
D Flyers
does not believe the Olympic excitement will carry over into the World Baseball Classic. Part of his reasoning is because this stupid baseball tournament is every year. This stupid baseball tournament last took place in 2023.
Yeah, it's not.
So you might not like it, and that's fine. That's totally fine. Like, you don't have to like it. I like it. John doesn't like it, and that's okay.
Yeah, and I'm not. Well, I mean,
but it was 3 years. The last one was 3 years ago. The Ohtani Trout at bat. That was 3 years ago.
Yeah. No, the thing is, though, moments like that, I'll be excited for. And if it's the big events, like when this thing gets past some of the preliminary stuff, I'm certainly going to watch and care. So I'm not going to poo-poo that.
Friday night, dude.
There's a
USA Brazil 8:00 first pitch. I am in.
Now, what I tell you is
what
the
romantic evening.
What I said to you exactly. What I said to you though earlier, off air, I think plays into it too. I think there's a difference between the World Baseball Classic and the connecting with the American people and the U.S. Olympic team. I think there are Olympic zealots. I am related to a bunch of them. Christina's siblings are Olympic zealots.
Yeah, they love it.
Like every night. All night long.
Yeah, they're in.
Every event, watching the Olympics, never could tell you everything about all the events and everything. But I believe also the men's hockey team is so much more relatable to the American people than the men's baseball team will be. 100% more relatable to the public. Likeable, relatable.
Do you not like the guys on the baseball team?
No, I just think they're more relatable. I think they're more relatable. I think you'd say,
but I would say the sport of baseball is more relatable than the sport of hockey for a lot of people.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the people that you're rooting for. You're going, who does America want to hang out with?
I'm not rooting for the name on the back, Johnny.
No.
I'm rooting for the 3 letters on the front.
No, but they are. But the thing is the American people. I believe the regular American guy is saying, I'd rather go have beers with the American hockey team than the American baseball players. I think they're much more relatable. They're much more relatable guys. It's much more of a relatable group of people. The baseball players are not as relatable. They're much more divas. Put it that way.
I don't feel that way.
I don't.
That's interesting. I can tell you this, as far as someone who has done the job of reporting, of being in locker room, as far as having to go and interview athletes and everything. I take a hockey locker room, as far as relating to the people in it, over a baseball clubhouse 1,000 times out of 1,000.
Yeah, but that's you and your personal experience.
Yes, because of
not a lot of people have been reporters in locker rooms
but I believe
for both sports.
Yeah, but I believe I believe you're saying, who do you want to go hang out with? Go have beers with? I believe the American public would much more go, yeah, I'll go hang out with the American hockey team than they would the American baseball team.
Okay.
I really do. I just think it's a more relatable bunch of people.
You could be right. I don't know. That's not why I think one's more exciting than the other. But
well, the event. Well, first of all, the event is what's the event? The World Baseball Classic. It's not the Olympics. The Olympics is something that's a real.
Sure.
It's a world. This is a. It's like the tournament down in Cobb County that you used to go to. Connor?
I think it's a little bit
showcase?
bigger than that one.
I understand, but it's not the Olympics. It's not the stage.
Will the Olympic excitement from the gold medal game on Sunday carry over into the World Baseball Classic? Because the NBA is plummeting. The NHL will be back tomorrow, and I don't know how many people are locked into spring training game pitch by pitch. So we'll see. 610-632-0975. You can answer that question. Obviously, talking Eagles as well. We started off the show about whether or not the Eagles should change the offense entirely, right? We hated the Eagles' offense last year. They hired a guy that has learned under the tutelage of Sean McVay and Mike McDaniel and Kyle Shanahan, people that are considered the brightest offensive minds in the sport of football today. And so he probably leans more toward their ideas than Nick Sirianni's ideas, which is let's just try to get to the first down marker. Let's not turn the football over. And, oh, by the way, that has worked.
It has certainly worked.
Been to 2 Super Bowls and won one. So we're wondering, would you want the Eagles to change the offense entirely or to just sort of tweak and kind of make things better? Because it was literally not even 13 months ago that the Eagles won a Super Bowl with a boring offense that Kyle Shanahan wouldn't run, that Sean McVay wouldn't run, that Mike McDaniel wouldn't run. The boring offense won a Super Bowl. So how much do you actually want it to change? I don't want them to change it that much. Petty Andrew wants to see a totally different offense because I hated last year so much. But sometimes I can't always be petty. And I got to be logical. And this team, especially if A.J. Brown is back and Dallas Goedert is back, we know that Lane Johnson and Landon Dickerson are returning. The roster's still there. Why would I want to completely change the offense when the offense that worked has the similar names and players on it?
Are you feeling that from the comments you read earlier? Are you feeling less optimistic or more optimistic that AJ would be back?
I think Howie's saying the right thing.
What does it make you feel, though? Gut instinct makes me feel more likely that he's gone because they're acknowledging that they're going to be talking to people and they're going to listen.
As they should.
Or, no, but the thing is, though, would you think they'd say the same thing about Jalen Hurts? Do you think they'd say the same thing about Devontae Smith? Do you think they'd say the same thing about Jalen Carter? I don't. I think their answer would be different. I think if somebody said, called about Jalen Carter, I think there'd be a different answer.
Could be. And by the way, in case people were wondering, the question was, will AJ be back next season? He then did the whole, I'll go back to what I said at the end of last season.
We want to keep good players,
it's really hard to find great players.
Yes.
The follow-up question was, do you go into the league year listening to offers for him? So in case people are wondering, this was not a, hey, do you go into the league listening to offers on your players?
Right.
It's for him. The question was specifically about A.J. Brown, and if you're just tuning in, this was the response by Howie Roseman. I think you go into the league, you're listening to offers for everything and anything. I don't think that, you can go in any conversation with anyone and just shoot things down without hearing what they have to say because you never know. You never know with any player if someone's going to give you something that you didn't anticipate and you won't even have the conversation. I don't think you're necessarily doing your job or really servicing the team that you're with. You never know what someone's willing to do, and certainly we've been in situations where there are guys that we didn't anticipate trading that we got an offer for that was too good, and then you balance it with what you can get there. So, without getting into specifics on any player, we're always listening and we're always kind of open.
Do you think the answer would be different if somebody had said Jalen Carter?
Sure, because his name's not been talked about.
Yeah, that
like if someone said to you,
Howie knew that AJ, he knew that this was going to come up.
Right, he did.
The second that they welcomed the members of the media.
Yeah. But you think the answer would be different if somebody had said Jalen Carter?
Yes,
I think they'd say, no way are we talking about trading Jalen Carter?
Yeah, well, I don't think, because Andrew and I are both leaning towards the they're not going to trade him side of things, but I don't think any of us are sitting here saying we don't believe the Eagles are willing or considering listening to trade offers.
I think they're playing the game, and they are playing we're looking to keep them. Great players, we're looking to keep them. And they're just saying, you're going to have to wow us with a great deal.
Which exactly. I think is the
and
right...
That's the right way to play it, yeah.
I read this. I get what you're asking. Like, do I feel one way or another?
Yeah, did it make you feel differently? You guys?
Not really. No. I'm just happy. Like, I can be happy with the answer, right? Because
by the way, it's a great, Howie is a business school grad, a very, very bright business school grad. It is the perfect business school answer.
Yeah, I don't think he should bury his head in the sand and say, no. We love AJ.
No, he should do, he gave the perfect business school answer.
And he also didn't do the Dombrowski of,
good club.
We're going to trade him.
No. Yeah. Or tell us
who wants
No.
him?
You know what he also didn't do? He didn't air out his dirty laundry. If he was Dave Dombrowski, he would have aired out all the dirty laundry about what he's displeased with A.J. Brown publicly. That's where Howie Roseman teaches a master's class where Dave Dombrowski sort of needs to go back to Business 101. That's the difference.
Think about the tweets we'd get if Howie Roseman in that article said, I don't know if AJ's elite anymore.
Yeah, that'd be a hell of a day.
I can imagine that T-shirt, Connor.
By the way, that was not the only thing that Howie spoke about. I want to give you one other bit, and then we'll get back to our texts and calls here. You can text the show, call the show, 610-632-0975. Our main question is, should the Eagles change the offense entirely? But now we are reacting to the quotes from Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni. Nick spoke as well, and he didn't say, yeah, AJ's back. He danced around it a little bit, too.
He did.
Your reaction to this tide that keeps on shifting. Last week, it was he's coming back. Now it's, That was an interesting thing from Howie Roseman, he said. Howie was also asked about re-signing players versus hitting the free agent market. And here's a quote from Howie Roseman. Again, they spoke to the media yesterday. They're about to go to Indianapolis for the Combine. It's this week. But Howie and Nick gave the Philadelphia media the chance to talk first, which I think that's cool. Quote, I think from a big picture perspective, we want to build a team that every year has a chance to compete for championships, that drafts really well and signs their own players and just sporadically goes into free agency. That's what we're trying to do. And sometimes as much as you want to add from the outside and you want to change it up, you got to make a decision to keep the players you know have played well and are a part of your culture. Can we keep all of our guys, considering we have, for example, a lot of key defensive players coming off rookie deals in the next few years? No. We're going to have to make choices, which we all expect that.
We do.
It's going to get interesting. The decisions that are going to have to be made on guys like Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, all those players I just mentioned, we all want back.
But
want
that's
not
back.
reality. Reality is
reality's
you can't have all of them back unless you go with a completely cheap offense and a totally different offense.
Which you don't have the option really to do.
Not right now, no.
One thing Dork Boy got to do with some extra time in the hotel room is, though, if AJ was to leave, the way Howie can structure contracts, Jordan Davis, Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, and one extra, you got a lot more flexibility on the defensive side of the ball to maybe keep somebody you think you got to get rid of.
Right, but now
if AJ left.
Right, and now you're drafting a wide receiver.
You have to you must draft a wide. This becomes an entire offensive draft in that case. But if AJ's contract, you take the offensive hit this year. I mean, you take the offensive hit of having no A.J. Brown.
Yeah.
You have to take an offensive draft to restock the offensive line and the wide receiver position. But honestly, there's some creativity that on the defensive side of the ball, you got more money to spend.
Problem is on offense, you have multiple positions you have to start drafting.
Oh, no, but the thing is remember, if we think from all accounts, you probably get a late first-round pick for A.J. Brown.
Do both in the first round.
Then you have an A.J.
and
an offensive lineman. And then you have a second-rounder and 2 third-rounders. You're doing fine. And free agency. And you're going to probably have $30 million to $40 million in free agency money. And you're going to sign defensive players. I'm telling you, it gets to be an interesting off-season as far as that's concerned. So we'll see. We'll see. I don't want to see – I know this team has a better chance to win in 2026 if A.J. Brown is a good citizen and really wants to be here. I just don't know if he wants to be a good citizen.
I don't even hesitate. Yes, stay here. I want A.J. Brown. All right, what do we got on the text line? 610-632-0975. Should the Eagles' offense change entirely or just tweak it year one under Sean Mannion? Reaction to what Howie Roseman had to say about A.J. Brown, the terminology a lot different than what he was saying just this past January, just a month ago, a little over a month ago. And also the World Baseball Classic. Right. Will the excitement of the gold medal game Sunday for the USA in hockey carry over in the World Baseball Classic?
What's been the response to that?
Yeah, what we got?
We got two different things for our first two texters on that. One texter says United States Olympic hockey is way more compelling than United States in the Baseball Classic. Do you think bars are going to open up in the morning for the World Baseball Classic? The answer is no.
If they got to
maybe a final,
I think that they would.
I think it might. I don't think it'll have the same.
Because it also isn't in Italy, so it won't be at 8 a.m.
Yeah. I mean,
when would it be?
Well, they're playing in Texas. I don't know where the final
be in
final
Texas?
is. I don't know where the final is.
Yeah, wherever the final is, that would be interesting.
But it'll be one of your normal, primetime spots, I'd imagine.
That'd be fantastic. And you wouldn't have to open up bars early for that type of thing. I don't know. I mean, I just don't think I don't think this event, look, you guys are seam heads. You love it, and it's awesome. I don't think the American public is as intrigued by this event as you are. And the numbers of the past would tell you that they're not. It's a nice event.
It went up last time.
It did.
Now,
It did.
a lot of it was USA-Japan was the championship game.
Which is amazing.
That's huge.
Which is amazing.
By the way, championship game will once again be in Miami.
Okay, but that's fantastic.
So it'll be at 8 o'clock. So bars will be open because they'll be open. What else we got?
All right, and then we had the conversation about the relatability and having a beer with them. I think this is a fair point by this texter. I'll have beers with anyone who's buying, baseball or hockey. So some people just find it all relatable.
Hey, that's very relatable.
That's why a lot of people fell in love with Reese Hoskins.
Who's buying?
Because Mrs. Hoskins
Jamie.
was buying the beers for everybody in the section. All right, a couple of responses on our YouTube chat. With the most recent discussion about A.J. Brown. As you can imagine, there are a lot of people on YouTube immediately saying he's not getting traded. This is all nonsense.
Really?
But JM says you're not replacing A.J. with a rookie wide receiver, especially not with Howie's terrible track record. So this is where it becomes interesting because if you're talking about taking a step back offensively, you taking the first-year hit without A.J. Brown, you have a championship window. I don't want to take a hit. Like that's part of the
you're definitely look, there's going to be a mild hit, but I'm not talking about you were the 30th ranked offense in the NFL with AJ Brown. So anybody who makes that point to me,
they were also the 30th ranked offense with Kevin Patullo.
No, but you were the 30th ranked offense with AJ Brown quitting on plays. Then I'll take it one step further. Quitting on plays, quitting on routes, being upset when they were 4-0, being upset because Devontae Smith and Dallas Goedert were getting theirs and he didn't feel he was getting enough of his. I mean, there was a lot. There was a lot. That's a lot to deal with.
Now, JM follows up free agency or trade. We've talked about the free agency class is horrific.
No, they're not going free agency. They're going draft.
Or he says trade for somebody. I think it's draft. They got to get young. I mean, that's the thing. We are reaching a point. I still remember my father when the Eagles lost when the collapse was happening in 2023. The Christmas game, the Giants, right? Giants was Christmas Day.
Yeah, it was Christmas. It was terrible, wasn't it?
We're cleaning up. Dinner's done. The Eagles game's over. That was so enticing. My dad's leaving, and I still remember him looking at me and go, man, this Eagles team got old real quick. And then what did they do? Kelsey doesn't come back. Fletcher Cox doesn't come back. They have two rookie stud corners the following year, Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. They got young. The defense was very young. The offense was somewhat younger. I mean, they go and get Saquon Barkley.
Correct.
And we all know how that played out for the Eagles. We're going to get to that point again here soon. Where this team got old, and you're going to have to replenish with young talent. So I love the idea of if you do trade A.J. Brown, you go out there and get the next best guy. You might not be able to do that. You might have to draft a wide receiver because cap is a thing. Money is a thing. You can't just go out and get another $100 million wide receiver.
The Eagles had to go and get cheap. They had to go and get cheap on the defensive side of the ball. And they hit.
Which was why you win the Super Bowl.
Which was incredible. Now, and they won a Super Bowl with a cheap defense. One of the cheapest in the NFL. So I have confidence that the Eagles will do just fine because even if they go and have to get cheap on certain parts of the offensive line, on the offense, when they got to be able to do this, I don't think it's going to be a big problem.
Yeah, but those guys that you got in, that those were rookies, they were replacing guys like Avonte Maddox and an open spot that you had next to Darius Slay that you hadn't been able to fill since James Bradbury's one All-Pro year.
Right.
Like bringing in somebody who's going to make that level of impact in a cheap way through the draft to replace A.J. Brown is a lot different.
It's hard. It's hard.
And that's why I don't want to do it. Like,
there's a reason why they're considering it, boys, though. There's a reason why they're considering it.
And they should. They look, last year sucked. As much as I want A.J. Brown back, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It sucked. I was annoyed with him.
You can be the 30th ranked offense with him. And look, Patullo was a big part of it.
And the O-line health.
And the O-line health was a big part of it. But you can be the 30th ranked offense and have A.J. Brown. So, I mean, it's not like, wow, if you lose A.J. Brown, what's going to happen? Oh, are you only going to be better than the Titans and the Jets? That's what you were this year with A.J. Brown. So please, don't tell me like the world's going to fall apart if A.J. Brown leaves. Because you were awful last year.
My world will crumble.
With A.J.
Mine will
Brown.
too.
With A.J. Brown, you were awful last year.
Yeah, but that's really simplifying an issue that's a lot more complex than that.
What are you going to do with your
Okay,
AJ?
well,
what are
no,
you going to
no,
do with your
okay.
AJ Brown jersey?
Let's
man?
keep it as simple as that, though. Yeah, seriously.
What are you going to do with that?
Let's keep it as simple as possible then. Connors, how much more simple can I keep it?
There were
You
like
30th.
No, you're keeping it too simple. There were 40 things wrong with the offense last year, and A.J. Brown's not the reason they were 30th.
Was he a part of it? A major part of it?
So is everybody else.
Was he a major part of it?
It's the whole team. It's the opposite. it's the anti-Kelsey speech.
Yes. It's the whole team.
All right, coming up next.
Is that your Nahagian voice?
No, that's this. Coming up next. We just talked about the free agency class not being great at wide receiver. We haven't really talked about another position where the Eagles have a free agent. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
A heavy injury report in Indiana. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Sixers are in Indiana taking on the Pacers tonight, but will once again be taking the floor without Joel Embiid. He continues to be out with shin and knee injuries, so that's been something plaguing him since the All-Star break. But the Pacers have a heavy injury report of their own. Most of their team, it looks like, currently on their own injury report as they continue a rough season. So, Sixers have an opportunity to make it 2 wins in a row. Tip-off is at 7 p.m. You can hear that game live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. The Phillies tied the Nationals last night, 5-5 down in spring training. Yes, spring training games can end in a tie. Somebody tell Donovan McNabb. Edmundo Sosa went 2 for 3 with a run scored. They'll play the Marlins today at 1:10 p.m. Flyers are back for NHL action tomorrow night after the long Olympic break. They'll be down in Washington facing off against Alexander Ovechkin and the Capitals. And the NFL Combine continues from Indianapolis. No huge news from the Eagles yet. We did get some quotes from Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni talking about, oh, hey, we're going to listen on potential opportunities for trades for big-time players, including A.J. Brown. The actual Combine drills begin on Thursday. We'll talk to former CEO of the Raiders, Amy Trask. She'll join us at 9:05 to talk about the process teams and players go through at the Combine. This update is brought to you by Papa John's, introducing new pan pizza for Papa John's. Order a medium, one-topping pan pizza, just $11.99 when you download the Papa John's app or at papajohns.com. Better ingredients, better pizza. That's Papa John's. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Kincade and Salciunas, 610. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
7 a.m. hours brought to you by the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. Live bet sports on the BetParks app. Play all your favorite casino games. There's always another way to win on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook. Got to be 21 in Pennsylvania, Jersey, or Maryland. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It is 7:29 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. I read an article this morning that I found intriguing from Bill Barnwell. He does this every single year. I remember going through this last year. And he did it again this year. The best players available on offense, and he breaks it down into tiers. John.
Okay.
Tier 1 is a franchise-type player. Tier 2, Pro Bowl caliber starter.
Right. Pro Bowl caliber. Okay.
Pro Bowl caliber starter. Tier 3, capable starter.
All right.
And Tier 4 is borderline starter / high-end backup. So I was curious, because we've talked about how this free agent class isn't all that great. Shefty straight up said a couple of weeks ago on this show, he'll join us tomorrow at 8:05, that he expects a lot more trades this offseason than normal because there's not many key free agents that are hitting the market.
Okay.
And it's a quarterback class, by the way, that's not.
No.
Mendoza's going to go number 1 overall, and then what? You know what I mean? Like, what team is going to get suckered into a pro day and a combine, and then all of a sudden, they're drafting the kid out of Clemson, Klubnik, like top 10 when
That's not going to happen, I hope.
yeah, like there's a lot of quarterbacks that are all of a sudden going to climb up because they want the 5th-year option and they lied to themselves and think that the quarterback's going to be good. So I was curious. I went to tight end.
All right.
Because the Eagles have a tight end that will be hitting the market. Quarterback, no. Running back, no. Wide receiver, yeah, Jahan Dotson, but I'm talking about starters. And so I went to tight end.
What did we see there?
So Tier 1 franchise player, I was actually fascinated that he put Kyle Pitts there. Because Kyle Pitts, for the most part, has been a disappointment until Kirk Cousins threw him the football toward the end of the season. But the Falcons franchise tagged Pitts, so
he's going to be franchised.
He's off the board. He's going to get the franchise tag. So Kyle Pitts is no longer available.
And by the way, the guys who work at my old station, the majority of them are furious at this because they don't think he should be franchised.
Well,
they've complained about him for years that this guy has been a disappointment.
Well,
and
Kyle
they're like,
Pitts is going back
they
for
are
another
not,
year.
and they're not happy about it.
It's his Vince Velasquez breakout season. It's coming.
Yeah,
He's going up 1 touchdown every single year of his career.
Yeah, they're not happy about it. They're
upward
like,
trajectory.
they're like, are you kidding me?
And I remember week 17, he had that huge game because anybody that had him in their fantasy football championship won because he went nuts.
Oh, yeah. He did, didn't he?
He had like 200 yards and like
He
3
did,
touchdowns.
didn't he? He
And
went for
anybody who had Kyle Pitts on won.
Olivia won a playoff
Yeah,
game.
it was ridiculous. All right, Tier 2, Pro Bowl caliber starters. Nobody.
Nobody?
Nope.
Wow.
Tier 3, capable starters. Dallas Goedert,
Okay.
Travis Kelce, who he writes is going nowhere. Right, like we all.
Right.
Travis Kelce's not signing with another team. Travis Kelce's going back to the Kansas City Chiefs. And Kate Otten. And then after that, the borderline starters / high-end backups, Isaiah Likely, who I like, but remember he came off the injury last year, wasn't as good. David Njoku, who I actually really like with Cleveland. And then there's cap casualties like Dawson Knox, T.J. Hawkinson, names
Okay,
like that.
let me get this clear. He says that by his standards, Dallas Goedert is not a Pro Bowl caliber?
He's a capable starter. Goddard is 31.
What was Dallas's numbers this year?
Hasn't topped 600 receiving yards in a campaign since 2022. But
How many
he was
touchdowns?
A lot, 10, if not more. He said he was the only Eagles player who benefited from Kevin Patullo's ascension into the offensive coordinator role in 2025.
Okay, to me, I think that's the only one that like made me go, come on. Like that he deserves a little more than that, but I guess he's saying the yardage doesn't match up.
Now, the reason why I bring this up, not many available tight ends in the free agent market.
No, they're not. You're going to have to draft one. But drafting young tight ends, good teams can put tight ends in their offense and make them work all the time. All the time.
Is there going to be a bidding, I say war,
No.
not so seriously because, again, he's a 31-year-old tight end that up until this past year has had plenty of injuries, under his belt. Is Dallas Goedert, being that he's maybe the best tight end on the open market, something that could raise the price too much where he's not back? Or do you think he's back?
What was his market value last year?
He didn't have the season that he had before.
Yeah,
last
but I
year.
mean,
he then had a tremendous season.
I got you, but his market value was he was getting crickets for whatever reason. He's getting crickets, and now he's a year older, and he had the healthy year, which I think most people would be like, well, he dodged a bullet more than they'd say he proved he could be healthy.
We talk about contract years in sports all the time.
Yeah, they do. And they do.
And he had a great contract
and most
year.
of the times executives aren't fooled by contract years. I think it's fine. I think Dallas Goedert's not going to find a big contract out there. I think he's going to find a 2-year deal from somebody.
Well, and here's the thing. If you're Dallas Goedert, this is your last chance to get a 2-year deal worth whatever. Is Dallas Goedert like, I need to be with the Eagles? Or do you think he takes a big payday somewhere? Or a bigger payday? Again, bigger. He's 31 years old, often injured tight end up until this past season.
Where you tell me he's going? Give me a mythical team. Like, are you telling me he's going to?
Let's say the Bucks don't re-sign Kate on, so he goes to Tampa.
I think he'd consider it. Or you tell me he's going to Tennessee? No. You tell me he's
unless
going.
They offer him more money, and
No. I don't think it's going to.
You have a quarterback that
I don't think because I think he'd get money here. I don't think it's going to be a money thing. Not with him.
So let's do this then. If you don't think it's going to be a money thing, like Minnesota, T.J. Hawkinson out on the open market. Dallas Goedert went to school, South Dakota State, from up there, right? If they offer and you say, okay, you got a smart offensive mind in Kevin O'Connell, our quarterback needs a safety blanket, and they pay him more money because they need something to get that passing offense going.
That makes sense, but the only thing is they're not going to do it with Dave Dombrowski. They're bidding against themselves because I don't think there's a big market for Dallas.
Well, I'm just saying, like, will they outbid the Eagles? Will a team like that outbid the Eagles?
They might. They might give him a 2-year deal.
So then it could be a money thing.
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to be a money. I don't think it's money as far as that's concerned.
Dallas Goedert's won a Super Bowl. He's been to a couple. What if he just wants to get one last payday?
He might do that. That could very well be. I mean, and look, whatever his agenda is, God bless him.
Yeah. I'm just saying,
you know what I mean?
The market's not, like, in terms of tight end, there's not.
But who's throwing on the ball in Minnesota?
9, bro.
9, bro.
Then I don't think Nine's drawing him to go, yeah.
Yeah, but if he's getting $9 million more dollars,
he's going to get paid. He's going to get paid.
He'll get $9 million more
He's going to get paid here. So I don't think he's going to. I don't think that's a big worry for him.
Okay.
I like that. That's what I would guess. I don't want to speak for his money though. It's his money.
Yeah.
Whatever he wants to do, and God bless him. Whatever he does, he was a good soldier. So God bless him.
He's another guy. I want him back just because they don't have anybody else. And that's a problem.
We should ask Schefter about that tomorrow, just like what he anticipates the market to be for Dallas Goedert, because I don't know. I'm so torn on whether or not I see him back.
Yeah, like,
where
we just went
leaning?
this song and dance last year.
Where are you leaning? Where both of you right now?
I lean that he's back, especially if AJ's gone. And
I'm leaning
if
he's
AJ's
back.
gone, like, what are you gonna let him walk too? Like
I'm leaning
that was
to him
that
being
was
back.
one of Jalen Hurts' favorite targets last year.
I lean he's gone.
So you lean gone. I lean back. And where do you?
I lean back.
Yeah.
I think
Well, wait a
some
minute.
team's going to overpay.
AJ and him are not both back. So you got to move because they're not both back. You're like math class is in.
Well, I didn't do well at that.
Well, I understand. I thought Connor said he was one who was bad at math.
We can both be bad at math.
It's not working.
I'm good at quick addition.
The math doesn't work. You're not getting Dallas back, and you're not getting AJ back.
All right.
So you got to choose one. How about a Sophie's choice here?
AJ.
Well, I'd take Dallas all day, and twice on Sunday.
2 years younger.
Twice on Sunday.
AJ. Give me AJ. All right, what do we got on the text line, Connor? 610-632-0975. Do you want to see the offense completely change or just get tweaked? And would the Olympic high of the gold medal game for the U.S. in hockey, men's and women's, will that carry over into the World Baseball Classic, which starts next week? What do we got?
Brady from Norristown checks in and says last year was statistically one of the worst Eagles offenses since the 1970s. This offense needs to be completely revamped and changed. Just tweaking the offense would be as bad as Sisyphus rolling the stone up the hill over and over again.
But the offense that was boring just 2 years ago won a freaking Super Bowl. That's my thing. Like, I get it. I hated the offense last year. Hated it. But they also had a competent offensive coordinator just 2 years ago, and we talked about the boring offense. The Eagles were a boring football team. There was no drama. There's nothing. They were a boring football team in 2024.
They're boring.
And they won the Super Bowl. So do we really think they need to do a complete facelift? Complete body change? Like, I don't know. They won a Super Bowl just 2 years ago. And a lot of the guys are going to be back. I don't see why you're going to all of a sudden go from, we were an ice cream stand to now frozen yogurt.
Well, because one of the guys...
everybody got fat in Seinfeld from the frozen yogurt.
That's right. Yeah.
Because one of the guys who made the ice cream, who was like the main guy, he gets the proper milk and he makes sure it's the right temperature so that it freezes. I don't know how you make ice cream. Jeff Stoutland's not here anymore, is my point. And he was a big part of how you were able to make that work. So can you even still be that team?
Yeah, you know how to make ice cream. You just got to find different ingredients to add to it.
But maybe that's not as good.
Maybe Sean Mannion brings in the chocolate chips that they didn't have.
As long as we don't
Wait a minute.
spend this whole year calling them vanilla again.
Wait a minute.
That's what they were.
An ice cream place didn't have chocolate chips?
I don't know. They were a vanilla offense last year. They weren't even vanilla bean. They were just straight up like Turkey Hill. Well, I'm not to disrespect Turkey Hill.
Yeah, have some respect.
But vanilla bean greater than vanilla.
I need the Graham Slam back.
I love the Graham Slam ice cream. Scott Graham.
Okay, you guys are out of your mind, though.
Scott Graham used to voice the commercials.
Telling you.
Graham Slam ice cream. All right. What else we got in the text line?
All right. We also have a check-in here on the A.J. Brown conversation. This texter says, most teams don't have two number one wide receivers. I would personally like to see us spread the ball around more. We get so obsessed with stars in this city. I think you guys are overvaluing A.J.
I don't think we have two number one wide receivers.
Yeah, you question whether
I don't think
Devontae can
Smith's
carry that. I think he can. I just think it has to be in the right offense.
What one does he look like? Tell me, physically statured, everything like that. Who does he look like?
Devontae Smith. I think he's his own.
Okay, so he's a one that we've never seen. So we have a one that
I don't think they've used him correctly. I don't think they've used Dallas Goedert over the years correctly.
Okay, because you always said that.
Yeah, I don't think he's dissimilar to like Justin Jefferson, JSN. These aren't guys that are like huge body wide receivers that go over the middle.
I think JSN's body's a little different than
everybody in the NFL's is, but I'm trying to find something here.
I mean, to me, I don't think we've ever seen a guy like Devontae Smith honestly be the number one physically.
Well, we might see it this year.
Well,
coming up next.
Then it would be a first. That's why I'm saying I think it's a little extreme.
We have today's headlines with Connor Thomas here on Kincade and Salciunas 97.5 The Fanatic.
Got to tell you, if you're ready to pop the question, I have the answer for you. It's Benari Jewelers. Look, don't go to the mega corporate chains. Don't go to the mall. Don't go to internet sites not to buy a diamond. You can go to BenariJewelers.com on the web to find out how to get to Exton and Newtown Square to get a look at some of their fantastic inventory. But you're not buying diamonds on the internet. You're buying them at beautiful showrooms like Exton and Newtown Square, because at Benari you buy with confidence and you also buy without compromise, because you're going to see hand-selected diamonds from the world's premier diamond cutters. They're going to make you a handcrafted ring from the world's most sought-after diamond designers with a lifetime of free service, including sizing, cleaning, and to top it all off, Benari Jewelers offers the industry's leading 110% diamond upgrade guarantee. That means your natural diamond's never going to lose value. So, let's say you bought it for $10,000. It's going to be $11,000 when you want to upgrade it. I just did the easy math there. But it's always an easy decision to go to Benari Jewelers. It's awesome. Don't go with cheap. Go with quality. Don't go with anything less than the Benari difference. Benari Jewelers, Exton, Newtown Square. Get the directions at BenariJewelers.com.
No hot. YouTube.com/97.5 The Fanatic Philadelphia. More of Kincade and Salciunas coming your way now.
Today's headlines, Connor Thomas coming up in a few minutes. So Nick Sirianni and Howie Roseman, if you're just joining us, spoke to members of the Eagles media, I'm guessing last night, because all the articles are dropping this morning. Everybody's dropping the quotes. They're going to be speaking at the Combine in front of any media member that wants to be a part of it. But they took the time to speak to the Philadelphia media specifically so that they can answer questions about the Eagles. Because at the Combine, Howie Roseman gets asked about former players that are now playing with a new team, and the reporter that covers the Colts. What do you think of Shane Steichen? Like those kinds of questions. So credit to Nick and Howie for taking the time with the local Philadelphia
That's really
media
a good
before.
deal.
I do appreciate that. So more and more stuff is coming out. And I just saw an interesting quote from Sirianni tweeted out by our buddy Zach Berman. What changed is my question. Nick Sirianni was asked about having a system from the Shanahan-McVay tree because that's who Sean Mannion is coming from. Quote, I wouldn't say I went in and said I have to have this system, but as I went through it, then it became obvious to me that I wanted to have this system. The more I learned about it, the more I thought about it, the more I talked to different guys about it, that's where I kind of have to go.
Okay, listen to the wording at the end, though. I hadn't heard that quote. It's kind of where I have to go.
Got to go, sorry. I just don't like his grammar. Got to go.
Well, don't change his grammar. Got to go. That's an interesting choice. Where you say, your thought process says, my mentality has to change.
Yeah, I'm guessing he's adapting. I don't think this is like Howie hitting him over the head saying, this is what we're doing, even though I do believe Howie has a heavy hand. But
it's my mentality.
I think he realized let's run the football.
My mentality has to change. And to me, that's so admirable. That is so admirable from an executive to, first of all, have the mindset when he's had the success that he's had, but also to voice it. That's incredible. That's really good. I'm actually shocked he voiced that.
He's always been kind of great at this stuff.
He has. Look, when the offensive linemen go into the office and say, let's change, how many coaches would say no?
Yeah, so many.
Chip Kelly.
See, now
prime example.
The weird thing is that you guys look at it differently. I never looked at I looked at Howie Roseman 2.0 as a guy who's been very self-aware.
Yeah.
I didn't look at Howie Roseman 1.0 as a guy who's self-aware.
Howie 1.0 was the smartest man in the room.
When you say he's always been good at this,
no, I'm talking about Nick.
We're talking about Nick.
Oh, Nick. I mean Nick. And then no, I don't look at Nick as good at that really at all. I believe Nick is kicking and screaming to change. I think Nick got, well, first off, Nick got, like with the coaching changes that were made in season, I believe they were imposed. I don't believe that Nick gave Shane Steichen the play calling duties. Not for a second. Like in the first year when Nick gave up play calling duties, I don't believe that came from Nick for a second. No one could ever convince me that it did. 7 games into his NFL career, he said, oh, yeah, I'm going to tell people, I'm going to step aside. No,
but I
believe
think,
he was told.
I think this quote is Nick realizing he needs to change.
Admire, and that is what I admire. Maybe we're seeing a turning of the Maybe we're seeing a turning of the page. Puts a big smile on my face.
Yeah. He's always been willing. He's just kind of been slow to make.
Every other year.
I think he gets very defensive in his tone, and very defensive in his. I think he gets Doug Peterson-esque in his.
He does
wanting to rattle off accomplishments, wanting to rattle off resume stuff, and things like that, where you could just go, "Hey Nick, we got it. You've been to 2 Super Bowls as a team, but what have you done?" For that, let's just chill.
What was not working was not working, and
let's
now
just chill.
They're going to try something new. Interesting quote.
Yeah, I am. That puts a big smile on my face.
Look at that.
That's it. That is I can't wait to hear Nick and Howie today, because I think we're going to find out today how much the keys have been taken away from Nick.
Could be.
And how he talks.
All right, time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with the Connor Thomas.
And it's brought to us by Lundy Law. For over 70 years, Lundy Law has been fighting for injured people. If you need them, remember the name Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Visit LundyLaw.com. That's LundyLaw.com. A couple of guys in our first story might need to be calling Lundy Law when everything is said and done. What do you guys got going on in September of this year? Do you have any plans yet?
September,
Watching football.
Christina's birthday, Doc's birthday. I don't know.
Well, if you find yourself out in Las Vegas near the Sphere, we've got a title match that you're going to have to watch.
At the Sphere?
A boxing match of a generation. We've got Floyd Mayweather, Manny Pacquiao, too. Both of these guys are 48 years old now, and they are going to fight, at least it's reported, at the Sphere in September.
Really?
Yeah, I'm out.
Okay, now, you've never been in.
No.
I've been in. The Sphere is one of the most amazing things it's one of the most amazing venues I've ever been in. The NHL had the draft there. Haley and I were actually there for it. It was amazing. Of course, the NHL didn't have the sense to use it properly, but it was amazing. I think that'd be cool. That'd be really cool. Man.
Sure, if it was 20 years ago.
Yeah, I saw the Mayweather-Pacquiao fight. And by the way,
I was there for it.
weren't we all bored by it?
Just a whole bunch of dodging.
That's what, like.
Oh no, I think it was absolutely scripted by the two of them. I think they went
I don't
in.
think it was scripted.
Oh,
I think it was Mayweather's style of
Yeah,
fighting.
they're just both very technical
Yeah,
fighters. They're
Mayweather's
power guys.
not Mike Tyson, where he's going into the ring to rip your head off.
I think the two of them went in wanting to have a second payday, try to get a second payday when they finally agreed to do it. That was to me, it was absolutely like watching ballet.
Well, either way, who's asking for two 48-year-olds fighting? Like, there's no juice to that for me.
Look, the Logan or Jake? Which one's the
Jake?
All right, the Jake Paul Mike Tyson fight was embarrassing. I'm out.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm also out. Speaking of guys that are
See,
out.
now I'd see it just for the Sphere alone. Just for the Sphere alone, I would do that.
I'd go to anything at the Sphere, but
There you go.
48-year-olds fighting, I'll pass. Speaking of guys that are out, Charles Bediako. This is getting sad now at this point. The latest in his update, if you don't remember, he's the guy that tried to come back from the NBA to play in college basketball and tried at Bama. And now he has filed an appeal to the Alabama Supreme Court to continue his eligibility appeal.
Bro, just go to the G League where you were already at. Get paid.
What are we
Play
doing
basketball. Now, honestly, I'm going to start disliking this person, and I'm not going to want them on my team. It's like the 9th year senior in college football. I'm not drafting you. You clearly didn't want to come to the NFL. You're not getting drafted because you were never going to get drafted, and that's why you're in college football for 9 years.
Correct.
This guy was on an actual, say what you want about G League. It is a professional roster.
Well, you're getting paid. Yes.
And now he's, trying to get back to Bama, filing Supreme Courts. Go play in the Euro leagues.
I think somebody is paying him to fight this.
Sure, because he can get NIL money, more money in college.
No, I think somebody's paying him because, maybe agents or somebody is paying him to be able to fight this cause.
It would open up a big door for other people that would try to do this.
And I think agents are saying, look, dude, there's some money. I think behind the table, he's being paid.
Yeah, but
rooting
bro,
against
you're
him.
not gonna win.
Rooting against him. He's reached the Andrew Salciunas weird list of hates.
Okay. Charles Bediako,
Rudy.
welcome to
It's
the
a long list, though.
The 4,000 people in sports, the Andrew Salciunas
And he's such a
campaign.
kind soul, Andrew, and he's just the hate list is
I'm out on the
huge.
Bediako.
All right, Bediako, we could be out on. There's one thing, too, that we just kind of have a conspiracy theory floating around. We'll see if you're in or out on this. On sports being scripted, the universe being a simulation, we had an ultimate one of these moments that surfaced after the U.S. men's win over Canada in the gold medal game. Someone went back and watched Miracle, and there is a scene in Miracle where they're cutting down the team, and the players are listed that they're crossing off. It's just some B-roll shot of them crossing off potential players. One of the names that was cut in the
Hughes?
movie Miracle, not just Hughes, Jack Hughes. Legitimately, Jack Hughes is one of the names on the potential roster list that is crossed off in that Disney movie. What simulation are we in right
Well,
now?
he's actually a real person.
Which is crazy.
Jack Hughes, they didn't create a Jack Hughes. I looked it up yesterday. I saw this. He played in the NHL for the Colorado Rockies.
Oh, okay.
It's a real
about
player.
that. He was a real player that actually tried out for the team.
Okay.
And got cut.
Still,
so it's
though.
not like they created just a random Jack Hughes, like they just made a name up. This guy actually tried out for the Olympic team and did not make it.
I worked for a guy, when I worked in the NHL, I worked for a guy named Don Waddell. He is now the president of the Columbus Blue Jackets. He was the president in Atlanta. He broke his leg and was one of the final cuts for the 1980. He would have been on the Miracle on Ice team.
Oh, how about that?
And Don broke his leg and he would have been on that team. And he broke his leg.
That's a bummer. That sucks.
And all his whole life, he's always known he would have had one of those roster spots.
That sucks. Ugh.
Just one of those sliding doors moments, man. There's a lot of them.
That's a what if.
Well, the
Wild
sliding doors
world we
weren't
live
even
in.
open at the hotel yesterday.
Damn.
Can't get the snow inside.
All right,
Terrible.
coming up next, we'll reset all of our topics if you missed it. But also, we'll do a little bit of a spring training update. They played another game yesterday. And John Kincade has a question about Bryce Harper and why he's being a little bit more outspoken. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Sixers look to start a streak. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Sixers are in Indiana taking on the Pacers tonight, but will once again be taking the floor without Joel Embiid. They do have a chance to make it 2 games in a row. Nice little winning streak, which we haven't seen from them in a minute. But Embiid continues to be out with shin and knee injuries. The good news for the Sixers is they try and find another victory. The Pacers have most of their team currently on their own injury report. Tip-off is at 7 p.m. You can hear that game live here on the Fanatic. Phillies tied the Nationals 5-5 down in spring training last night as they played their 3rd game of the spring. Edmundo Sosa went 2 for 3 with a run scored. They're going to play the Marlins today at 1:10 p.m. Flyers are back for NHL action tomorrow night after the long Olympic break. They'll be down in Washington facing off against Alexander Ovechkin and the Capitals. And the NFL Combine continues from Indianapolis. No major news out for the Eagles yet. We did get some quotes from Nick Sirianni and Howie Roseman about listening on potential offers for A.J. Brown, but nothing definitive. We'll keep you updated. Former CEO of the Raiders, Amy Trask, joins us at 9:05 this morning to talk about the process teams and players go through at the Combine. This update is brought to you by Allstate. Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with our friends over at Allstate. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and the Union. 97.5 The Fanatic.
Drive the Fanatic in the Fanatic app.
I just saw an interesting article from Kevin Seifert, who's been doing a great job covering the NFL for ESPN for a long time now. And I just saw it tweeted out by Shefty. I'm just seeing this now. This was posted 12 hours ago, so 8 o'clock last night, that the NFL is considering allowing replay officials to throw flags. So if you don't see something in real time, there could be somebody that's staring at a camera that goes, flag.
I don't know if I like it.
I don't, and I
well,
do.
Let's add some context to the conversation.
Oh, there's holding on every play.
Well, nobody is going to see a replay official's not going to see the holding unless it's remember, this is live play. So somebody is stopping play because I saw a hold on Lane Johnson?
Yeah, I would think so.
I hate it then.
It feels like
If
it's more
that's-
problematic than solving the issue.
Yeah, it's look, this is last year we saw the increase in the replay assist, right? Where it wasn't challenged, and then all of a sudden,
Correct.
Due to replay, we saw flags picked up last year
We did.
from replay assist. The weird, remember this is ages ago. Was it week 1 where the Lions scored and then replay assist took it away and it was the Chiefs and then everybody was wondering if it was scripted?
I forget
It
what
was
it was.
something
but yeah.
weird, Lions Chiefs, and everyone was like, "Well, that's
Oh no, it was on the goal line.
that was a little weird."
It was on the goal line.
and
call,
nothing was
wasn't
challenged. It was the NFL was like, "Nah, that didn't happen," which was kind of fishy. But Troy Vincent, former Eagle, but he's also the NFL Executive Vice President of Football
it?
Operations.
He's another exhausting one.
But I do appreciate what he said here. You don't want to just be expanding the Pandora's box. Because once you open this up, dude, like, we can do all of a sudden close it again. But he did continue saying, we believe that things like the non-football act, you can really, really restrict what it is. That's something that we believe that potentially there's a little bit of tweaking in the language. That may be our first step. But first step always leads to the next step. It's like the ABS challenge system, right? That's just leading to automatic balls and strikes being called soon.
I can't wait
Oh,
for that.
buddy. You say that now? You
Yeah.
guys should go read an article that Jason Stark put up in The Athletic about the challenges that are going to come with the ABS. There's some problematic stuff that we're going to see this year with how they implement it.
Well, I'm going to guess one of them.
Yeah, because I didn't read it. Give a couple.
And I've
Give one.
talked about this a lot. A curveball that comes from up top and skims the top of the zone, that's a strike.
They're caught.
But it's never a strike. If a curveball's up high, you don't swing. That's a rule that you've been learning since Little League. But that's a strike because it's going to catch the zone.
Goes way deeper than that.
All right, go ahead.
So you have to verbally and physically indicate that you're going to do the challenge. So it's not just tap on the helmet. You have to say it as well. And you have
Which is good.
You have 2 seconds, and that's umpire discretion of 2 seconds. So there are going to be some where a guy doesn't get it in time, and the umpire, maybe he's a little bit petty because he's been challenged a couple of times.
Sure.
You also can't do it with any type of outside influence, including from the dugout. So let's say a manager yells, "That ball's down," and you're already going to challenge it. An umpire could say, "Hey, he helped you with that.
Wow,
I
really?
denied the challenge."
I
See,
did
now-
not know
now you
that.
see-
How about that?
You see, I like that. I don't think you should be able to have I don't believe you should be able to have the dugout look at a video and tell you to challenge it. Because that should be the dugout should challenge or you should challenge. The manager
They're going the player.
Right, at face value, it makes sense.
The
But,
player shouldn't the player shouldn't be being coached from the dugout.
but forever in baseball, you have guys that'll yell from the dugout on bad calls.
Right.
And does that automatically invalidate someone?
Max
And-
Scherzer just 2 years ago was flipping a coin in a dugout and mocking the umpire, saying this is how you're calling balls and strikes.
Oh, I'm sure. There's a lot of there's going to be a lot of negativity to that going on.
I'm glad that
guarantee
they
you.
have to verbally say, because how many guys do the helmet adjustment
Right.
after every
Well,
pitch
you gotta,
anyway?
There's a big thing.
Yeah, but there's going to be
Like,
some
you can't-
mistakes
you
that come
can't
with
accept-
this.
You can't
yeah.
mistake it.
And the umpires can still very much influence. They have enough with the way the rules are written to influence whether or not you can challenge stuff on umpires' discretion. There's some weird language in there that's going to get tricky. Same thing with the replay official
I think
stuff.
the umpires are going to try to. I think the umpires, talk about Petty Andrew. I think they're going to be some pettiness here.
Oh, there
because
absolutely.
They're going to be because look, here's what you know. They're going to be upset because balls and strikes at a 99.87 success rate strike. Andrew, with all due respect to your whole thing about the high curveball, 99.87 success with the ball, with the ABS system. That is far better than has ever been called by any human umpire ever. I'm not worried about the occasional .013 wrong.
Well, no, it's
after
not
all
that
we've
it's
done.
wrong. What I'm saying is it's going to be right, technically.
Well, it's going to be right. It should be. And it should be because it's a strike.
Technically.
No, it's a strike. It should be right. It shouldn't be what this umpire deems right from game to game. I always laughed when Sunday. I keep saying we're going to get Leo on with this. Leo Mazzoni would talk to us about how they would have to brief pitching staffs and the batters on. Oh, we got this umpire.
This guy calls
this
the
umpire's
lower
in tonight. So
zone,
remember, you can't remember low strike. He calls the low strike. Oh, remember tomorrow night. Now he's going to call the inside strike. That crap should never happen. Should never be a part of the game. It's not charming. It's not right. The umpires should never determine games like that. And they've been allowed to do it for far too long. Far too long.
All right. What do we got on the text line? And then we're going to get into something that Bryce Harper had to talk about. By the way, shout out to our YouTube chat as always. 215 J Philly back. Good to see you, brother. What do we got on the text line there, Connor?
John in Tennessee checks in on the Eagles' offense conversation. And he says the Eagles' offensive scheme is like a pillow. It got flat and it just needs to be fluffed out. Add motion, better wide receiver tight end routes, but don't change everything, even with Mannion in-house.
What if it's got dust mites?
Do they have, spray for that?
No, just got to get rid of it.
Look, it's going to look different, but just how different in year one is the major question. But that shot, what I read to you earlier from Nick Sirianni, because Sirianni and how he spoke yesterday is pretty interesting. Again, Nick Sirianni on a system from the Shanahan-McVay tree. I wouldn't say I went in and said I have to have this system, but as I went through it, then it became obvious to me that I wanted to have this system. The more I learned about it, the more I thought about it, the more I talked to different guys about it, and that's where I kind of got to go, which I appreciate that he's realizing, okay, my offense stalled out. Let's just not turn the ball over, which, wow, radio host Andrew Salciunas complained about that. Not multi-million-dollar head coach of a freaking football team realized that. I'm glad that he's realizing it now. Now, if he wanted to send me some money, maybe pay for my week at Icona down the shore.
Could work.
I'll take his vacation.
You don't do it just for the good of the Eagles?
No, I don't think he does it for the good of the Eagles.
No.
But I got to tell you, what Andrew said to me, though, I put a tweet out about it. Put a smile on my face.
That's good.
I think Nick may have gotten the call, or gotten a calling that I feel like there's maybe a change of heart, an awareness.
We'll
see. So we'll see.
And by the way, good hustle by Connor Thomas. Zach Berman will be joining us at 8:30.
That is good hustle.
After
Beautiful.
Zach Berman put out that post from what Nick Sirianni had to say. So I wonder, what was the tone of him saying that? Was it a aha moment, or was it a, yeah, I was wrong moment? Could be both. All right. Bryce Harper, you wanted to get into today because we talked a lot about it yesterday, and I know it continued middays with Marks. Got into it. Ray Dunn. Yes, Ray Dunn and Sean Brace. The two of them, because Johnny Marks is on vacation. They talked about Bryce being a little bit more vocal. We got into a discussion about, is Bryce talking about, in case you guys are wondering, he talked about Aiden Miller. And Aiden Miller, he mentioned he's got to get healthy, and we're wondering why are you putting that out there, but whatever. He said he's going to help us out this year.
And all of a sudden he's talking about, by the way, he's talked about, again, Dork Boy had a lot of time being in a hotel room. He's talked about 8 players on the roster. He's talked about he's talking a lot that he doesn't normally do.
Now, I'll push back on one thing, because I know you're going to go.
Well, I know people are going to go,
going.
he's being asked this stuff. No.
No, not
he's,
just that.
He's freely talking.
He talks earlier. He doesn't talk during the season.
I went back.
He doesn't.
So again, Dork Boy went back and looked and said he's not talking about he didn't talk as much about the other players on the roster the last 2 years. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
During spring training, going back and just deciding to go back and just talk about all the other players on the roster and what he thinks. He's He's talking like every day. He's talking consecutive days. He's talked 6 out of 7 days.
He did the podcast.
He's doing well. No. That was before spring training,
Right.
the one.
And then his first time with the media.
All he's doing is talking.
Well, and then NBC every year does have him on during a
one
broadcast.
sit down, right? And
So
then the one sit down. But he's talking in the dugout, talking, and being like a lot of microphones in the face that he doesn't usually is not as accessible or doesn't say as much. How about this? Interesting stuff.
Okay.
This is nothing happens in a vacuum, guys. Everything's by design. Like I think his comments about Rhys Hoskins. Nobody in town was clamoring for Rhys Hoskins. Nobody on Phillies Twitter was saying, you know what, Rhys Hoskins is out there. Go get him. Only a dopey section of the fan base was saying, go do it. I don't believe that Bryce Harper's a dumb baseball guy. In fact, he's a smart baseball guy.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, he was publicly letting that got out there.
He didn't put that out.
No, I understand.
That was a report that he asked.
But it was not in any way disclaimed by anybody. Like nobody spoke out and goes, false, false, false. When stuff is false, teams can't wait to tell you it's false.
No, right? My point is not that it's false. My point is it's not like Bryce said that in an interview himself. We're talking about how much he's talking. He didn't say that.
No, I understand. I'm talking about where he's talked with the microphone. That was totally different talking. I'm not talking about that being him talking. What I'm talking about then, this is an associated issue, the whole thing about Rhys Hoskins, is he's very chatty Cathy. He has an agenda this spring. One agenda he's definitely got is he's going to make Dave Dombrowski the public enemy number one.
Yeah, and I agree with him.
We agree that Dave Dombrowski's not done a good job. Dave Dombrowski turned me off at the end of season interview last year. That end of season press conference last year made me say, when he started doing the 96 wins and good club and all that crap, I was like, okay,
Living off the resume, man.
I'm done. But he has come in with an agenda, and I believe it's a Scott Boras agenda, that it is I want to get Scott Boras' clients all have the same talking points about trying to, it seems like, get more guaranteed money before the lockout, which I think is one of the things that Bryce would like to do. I think Bryce wanted a public apology from the Phillies by getting that extension that he's been clamoring for behind the scenes. That got out twice publicly, that he twice tried to get an extension. I think that was what he was trying to do here, but this time trying to turn the fans against Dave Dombrowski. And him talking now, this is totally, everything is about taking the stick along the cage. By the way, if it spurs Dave Dombrowski and John Middleton into spending money and doing something that they were willing to do to go get Bo Bichette, God bless it.
Yeah.
But just know this is all by design. This is all by design, and
That's
there's a plan for
There's
this.
good designs.
Yeah.
I liked when Joel Embiid just 3 weeks ago said, we've been ducking the tax the last couple of years. I think we should not do that this year. And then we know what happened.
I would like in one of these days, I would like to hear Bryce do one of these when he's talking. I'd like him to tell me how you going to turn this thing around. How are you going to turn around things? How are you going to?
I'm going to try to play the best
Yeah,
baseball.
No. How are you going to be? What can you be better at? He doesn't do the I very well. And more importantly, I think part of him talking so much is the Kyle Schwarber contract. Completely.
Why?
He's wanted, because twice he's tried to get his extension. When he signed a 13-year contract, he tried to get an extension with 11 years to go. Mm-hmm. Then he tried to get a contract extension with 9 years to go. Now he's trying to get an extension again. He's tried to do this quietly behind the scenes, but it got out because the Phillies let it out that he's trying to do it. Now Kyle Schwarber is not only the face of the franchise, he's the voice of the franchise. Kyle Schwarber's the front man. And I think Harper's a little pissed about it. I think he wants to be. I think that's what the whole Fanatic shoes are about. The Fanatic colors are about. He wants to be the beloved. Schwarber's the beloved, not Harper. Schwarber's the beloved.
I don't feel that.
I still think.
At all.
I think Schwarber is the beloved.
I still think on
fan.
Opening day,
right,
when the leading off for the Phillies, when Dan Baker does the whole, and the equipment manager,
right, exactly.
all those guys,
they all get announced.
Bryce is still going to get the loud ovation.
I think Schwarber's the most beloved. I think Schwarber is the most. Bryce can put his Fanatic cleats on. He can do everything. And by the way, Bryce is beloved. We're talking about.
Yeah.
They're both very, very beloved. But Schwarber is the face of that clubhouse.
Yeah, see, I don't think this is a Schwarber thing. I think this is. I'm going to call out Dave Dombrowski because Bryce Harper sees what we all see. Has there been anybody that has said that was a good offseason?
No. And by the way, that's why I've said I'm not ripping him for doing it. I just wish he would be just doing it genuinely. It's okay to be genuine. You've got the big long-term contract. You can be genuine about it. Just say, I really wish we'd done more. As a franchise, and look, we were willing to spend $200 million on Bo Bichette. So that means we have the money in the budget.
But maybe he doesn't want to straight up call out Dave Dombrowski by name because he felt a certain type of way that his name was brought up.
So he wants to be passive-aggressive about it? Like, to me, you're the leader. If you want to be the leader, but you're not, because Kyle Schwarber's the leader. There's nobody that will tell you anything of the sort. Kyle Schwarber is the Phillies leader. He is the team leader.
He took over when Hoskins left.
Right. He's the team leader. You paid Bryce Harper to come in here and be the face of the franchise.
Face franchise, lead by example guy.
But Kyle Schwarber's the leader of the team. You want to, you can speak. It's a different part of your career, Bryce. If you're feeling this desperate about these things and you're feeling this passionate about it, then speak for all of us. And you know what he would get? 100% support.
I just don't know what you want him to say.
It's easy to say. Instead of the passive-aggressive crap, Connor.
Well, no, he did straight up say the 4-hole was a problem.
No, just say this.
He's straight like that.
We talked about him not keeping that in-house.
Say flat. No, you can flat out say this. He doesn't like first of all, lead with yourself. Lead with your own shortcomings of what you haven't been getting done. And by the way, that could take a little bit of time in the discussion. And then lead with But you know what? The Phillies had $200 million on the table to Bo Bichette. We didn't spend that money. Let's go. Let's be aggressive here. Let's go do something. The Phillies they got to be worried about this rotation being deep enough.
Well,
one injury.
But here's the deal. So there's nobody out there right now that's going to change something, right?
Yeah, it's spring training.
So
right now.
I think he's maybe lighting the fire a little bit so that at the trade deadline, Dave.
You know what you can do?
Need you to be a little bit more aggressive.
Okay, hearing what you're saying right there, that's awesome. If Bryce Harper just said that, that's nothing wrong with that. And there are players that have said that in baseball history.
Here's the problem. You can't say that because then if you're any of the other 24 guys on the roster or
yes, you can.
Specifically the offensive lineup, you're going, oh, so he wants to replace me.
No, you have no problem at all. There's no problem at all if you're Bryce Harper saying that on a team because, first of all, players have done it in baseball history ad infinitum. That's happened forever. That's saying, can you improve this team? There are players who have said improve this team at the trade deadline publicly about their teams, leaders that have said that forever. But more importantly, you're not worried the last guy on the roster being replaced, some guy who is a up and down guy, a transit guy between AAA, when you can go and add somebody big. Set the precedent now. We're a really good club. We think we have a really good club. But you know what? I'm hoping that 2026 is the year we at the trade deadline are going to really bolster this club because we were close last year, and this year we're going to knock the door down.
Yeah, and then he says we need to do that because our offseason sucked.
You don't have to go that far.
I will.
No, you and I can because we're dopes. We can.
Well, actually, we're not dopes. We're right.
But if you think that Bryce is all of a sudden, this talking all the time is just all of a sudden he's just had a change of heart, this is all part of it.
All right.
Something. I don't know what it is, though. Might have been his...
He's trying to light a fire under Dave Dombrowski, who pissed him off clearly with the comments that were made back in November.
It's all personal.
Yeah.
It's just a personal grudge.
And you know what? I agree.
If he gets it done, we're all going to be happy.
All right, coming up next, Zach Berman joins us. He put out that tweet that we've reacted to a lot about how Nick Sirianni has had a change of heart about how an offense should look or how he wants it to look. We'll get more on that coming up next. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Sixers back in action. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Sixers are in Indiana taking on the Pacers tonight, but will once again be taking the floor without Joel Embiid. He continues to be out with the shin and knee issues that have plagued him since the All-Star break. The good news for the Sixers as they try to make it 2 wins in a row is that the Pacers have most of their team currently on their own injury report. Tip-off is at 7 p.m. You can hear that game live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. The Phillies continue their work down in spring training. They tied the Nationals last night 5-5. Edmundo Sosa went 2 for 3 with a run scored. They'll play the Marlins today at 1:10 p.m. as they continue to get ready for the season. Flyers are back for NHL action tomorrow night after the long Olympic break. They'll be down in Washington facing off against Alexander Ovechkin and the Capitals. And the NFL Combine continues from Indianapolis. No major news from the Eagles yet, but we did get some quotes yesterday from Nick Sirianni and Howie Roseman about where they're feeling on A.J. Brown. Nick Sirianni talked about the new offense with Sean Mannion. And Zach Berman of The Athletic is going to join us coming up next to talk a little bit more in depth about that. He was in those press availabilities. Former CEO of the Raiders, Amy Trask, joins us at 9:05 to talk about the process teams and players go through at the Combine. This update's brought to you by Uber Eats. You hungry? Good thing Uber Eats has a great deal waiting for you at Lascala's from now till March 31st. Get a buy one, get one free deal on Rigatoni Vodka on the app. Order now only on Uber Eats. Terms apply. See app for details. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and the Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Zach Berman was one of the members of the media that spoke with Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni yesterday before they go to Indianapolis for the Combine and then speak to the national media. So we'll talk to Zach because he's got a lot of great stuff that we get to react to. But real quick, I missed it yesterday, Johnny. But an annual video that I look forward to seeing every single year, and I missed it yesterday, but I just saw it during the commercial break. Marcus Johnson, who played in the NBA ages ago, right?
Yes.
Played for the Milwaukee Bucks, and in case people don't know, he was also in White Men Can't Jump.
He was.
The great scene where he's going to go to his car and get his gun because he got hustled. Marcus Johnson turned 70 years old yesterday.
Wow.
And for the last couple of years, every year on his birthday, he attempts one more dunk. He doesn't do it, the week leading up. He doesn't do it 2 weeks leading up.
He just does it that day.
And he, once again, at the age of 70 yesterday, was able to get up 10 feet. He's 6'7", but he was able to get up and flush the basketball. And it's one of these videos I look forward to every single year.
I wonder if he, 1 year, I just hope he's not going to tear a hamstring.
Yeah, you hope not. Of course not. Yeah.
Because that's amazing, though, and it's great. And it is something that tends to pop up on the timeline. It's cool.
Yeah, and he's putting forth full effort to just get the ball over the rim. So there's going to be a year where we're going to be sad, but at the age of 70, still getting it done. Marcus Johnson.
That's awesome, man.
All right, joining us now here on Kincade and Salciunas.
This guy dunks too. No, he does.
I don't know if he does.
He does.
But he's one hell of a reporter.
He may dunk cookies and milk. I don't know if he's dunking a basketball.
He's dunked on other reporters.
Damn right he has.
Over time.
He does a great job covering the Eagles for The Athletic. And, have we been reading a lot of his tweets so far this morning. Our man Zach Berman joins us. Zach, good morning. How are you?
Hey, good morning. Doing well. Catching guys from Indianapolis right now.
All right, so this all took place yesterday. Is that correct? Because out of nowhere, all the reporters had the quotes, or was it an early morning, rise up to talk to Nick and Howie?
No, it was late last week. We caught up with him, and they will talk later today at the podium. But they were nice enough to meet with the Philadelphia reporters before they did that.
Can you just tell us, was it embargoed till today? Was there something about the information being embargoed till today or anything? Because it seems
was just, there's a lot of stuff going on with travel for different people and whatnot. And the fact that they're talking today, and I don't know if everyone's going to be out here.
Oh,
so
okay.
It was a chance to catch up with them because I'm not sure everyone's out here. I'm
good.
I'm lucky I get to double dip. I get a chance to talk to them out here.
Well, that's good work by you. The Athletic taking care of Zach Berman. Appreciate that. So, Zach, the one that we've talked about the most, we've read a lot of your tweets because you did a great job talking to Nick and Howie. But one of the things that has really stood out to us so far has been Nick Sirianni on a system from the Shanahan-McVay tree. The quote that you tweeted, I wouldn't say I went in and said I have to have this system. But as I went through it, then it became obvious to me that I wanted to have this system. The more I learned about it, the more I thought about it, the more I talked to different guys about it, and that's where I kind of got to go. What is your read on that? Because as we know, Nick Sirianni has been very, very, very obsessed with let's not turn the football over. Let's be careful with the football. We like explosive plays, but we don't want to risk turning the ball over. So what's sort of changed in your opinion? What's your read on that?
Yeah, so having the chance to talk to Nick about this, and I wrote about this extensively on The Athletic, was really his there's concepts in that offense, in that system that he was intrigued by, that he wanted to bring here, and in particular, the use of play action. I think you're going to see more under center, the wide zone run. But from a bigger picture perspective, I think one thing that he really liked, and he said this, was the marrying of the run game and the pass game, and how you have in the pass game some of the pure progressions, and he thinks you see that in the run game in this offense too. So the fact that you're able to kind of combine some of those passing and run concepts, and honestly, my read from talking to Nick was this was more about the run game concepts than anything else. He was really intrigued by the way that offense was running the ball. Those offenses were running the ball, and how that incorporates with the passing game in particular.
When you hear those comments from Nick, Does it feel like there's a changing of the guard with Nick? There's a difference of maybe this is a little bit of a different Nick, or maybe he's being drugged, kicking, and screaming to this new reality?
No, I think that this is an offense that he wanted to go toward, and I can't tell you it wasn't done in consultation with other people, right? But I believe this. I do believe this was Nick's decision as far as going in this direction. In speaking to Howie, Mannion was someone that they were really impressed with, that they heard a lot about throughout the league. But just when you see the fact that obviously Jeff Stoutland's not here, I think there were certain things in the run game that Nick was really intrigued by with this offense.
Zach, about 5 weeks ago when Howie Roseman was asked about A.J. Brown, he talked about how it's hard to find great players. A.J.'s a great player. You don't improve by subtracting great players. I know he mentioned that again when he spoke with the members of the media, but he also said a whole lot more that was different than what he was saying 5 weeks ago. So here's the weekly question. What's your latest feel on the future of A.J. Brown with the Eagles based off of what Howie told you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that there's much more there as far as like him coming back. I know they said that, but I feel the same way when I spoke to you guys last week, that I think a lot of this is going to have to do with AJ's interest in either playing here or playing elsewhere, in what the market is for AJ. One thing Howie said is that, and it makes sense, I agree with Howie on this, is you answer the phone on everybody, right? I mean, he said he wouldn't be doing his job if he didn't hear what prices are for players. And
but he didn't say that last time, which is why I find it interesting that now all of a sudden he is saying.
Yeah, I think it was framed specifically like, are you going to listen to offers ahead of the league year, right? I mean, so that was the specific question that came to him, and he answered it like he's always listening. And then I know a lot was made of the fact that Nick said that he can't guarantee anyone's going to be on the roster next year. Like I think I don't think this is them like saying they're trading AJ, sure. But I also think that this is a possibility, and we've discussed that. It's a real thing, and I think we'll know more after Indy kind of what that price is, because I don't believe they're going to give him away, right? It would need to be at a price that makes it compelling. But I do believe there are teams that would be willing to make it compelling. So then it's just a matter of how compelled they might be and what AJ's interest is in playing in Philadelphia.
Can I take you back to a little bit of the discussion when A.J. Brown had that little on-field discussion with Jeffrey Lurie at practice, when they when he was getting him to calm down on the public sort of use of his social media, complaining about maybe some of his displeasure, when he was telling him, like, we're going to take care of you, we're going to make sure things get worked out. Do you think any of that could have been in the off season? We will discuss moving you.
Well, I think that there's probably a sense that, I mean, first off, the Eagles needed him badly last year, right?
Yes, exactly.
They weren't looking to move him during the season. Sure. And that these types of things can because there was interest from other teams last year. Like everything that my colleague Diana Rosita was reporting was correct there, right? There were teams trying to trade for AJ. But I think it's always more realistic to do these types of things during the off season because you can plan around it. But I also think, and I'm being honest with you, this isn't spin or anything like that. I think there's a thought overall that, like, if you kind of let time play out, then either opinions can change one way or the other. I've covered a lot of players in the past who've wanted to move on at certain points, and then when they kind of had a chance to get away, to breathe, to consider their options, they were okay staying. And when I was at the Combine last year, for instance, I kept hearing Dallas Goedert could be moved. And then, we saw Dallas Goedert come back and have the best season, or at least one of the best statistical seasons of his career. So, so you bring up a good point there, but I still think the possibility of an AJ trade could happen.
Zach, you wrote an article for The Athletic with everything that was discussed with Howie and Nick Sirianni. We suggest everybody to go check it out. What are some of the top things other than just A.J. Brown? Because I know that's the number one story for a lot of people, but I know there was a whole lot more that you guys discussed. What were some other key takeaways that you had when you spoke to Howie and Nick?
Yeah, I'm glad you guys ask me about Mannion because I think that was a big thing. I wanted to hear Nick talk about Sean Mannion and why Sean Mannion. And Nick even said that he went into the search looking for an experienced play caller, and then that changed as he was able to meet more people as he did this wide search. I think kind of hearing Howie talk about what's ahead this offseason, and I'm curious to see what they do with Jalen Phillips. I think they want to keep him. He's going to be expensive. If you just look at the Eagles' history, they tend to pay top of the league players. They don't really pay those middle class of players. So someone like Reed Blankenship, for instance, probably falls more in that middle class of players than top of the league free agency. And so I think the Jalen Phillips decision plays a lot into what happens this offseason. And just hearing Howie talk about how they are not, that their goal right now is to try to retain players, and that they're not necessarily looking at the splash. Although I will tell you, having covered Howie for 14 years, he does like to make a splash. But I think they looked at this 2-year period that they're in as a chance to retain as many players as they can from, in particular, the defensive side of the ball.
The return of Vic Fangio, which everybody's all excited about. How much do you think that was truly in jeopardy? Him returning?
Yeah, I mean, I heard it was a real thing that people were worried about, but it was also something that had come up at the end of the year last year, and so I think that's a similar type of thing where they let things play their course, but it wasn't out of nowhere. I mean, it was something that was a topic of conversation.
Zach,
but that said, when Sirianni was asked about it, Sirianni said Vic's the guy, right? He doesn't really get into speculation. Vic is back.
Zach, you mentioned Dallas Goedert. We were just talking about it earlier in the show, how the tight end market in free agency really isn't that deep. Dallas Goedert's a free agent. What is the likelihood that he's back? Do you lean more toward him being a member of the Philadelphia Eagles, or what do you think he's looking for in what could be his last decent payday?
Yeah, I'm not expecting him back unless it's on a deal that's kind of more conducive to the Eagles. And if you just look at this logically, last year he had to take a pay cut to stay at age 30. So I don't see why, or I don't see them paying him more at age 31 in that regard. And now he had a good season. He stayed healthier than he typically is, but he also earned. I think he earned more money. So he went down from $14 million, what he was supposed to make last year, to $10 million. So let's say he's a $13 million a year player on a multi-year contract this offseason. Is that an area that the Eagles are going to go for a 31-year-old tight end? And I also think that Howie, and he said this, is kind of evolving in the way he looks at tight ends too. And I think that tight end room is going to look different. Now I do know that they have an affinity for Dallas Goedert in there, but if that's a spot where they can get younger, if that's a spot where they can have more blockers, I think that's something that they'll look at this offseason.
Zach, we appreciate the time.
Zach.
Really, really appreciate it. I know all the information's coming out today, so thanks for hopping on. And I know we're going to be talking to you again soon because you got the combine. And I imagine, even though you're going to keep an eye on every position group that works out, O-line probably the most attention from Zach Berman.
Oh, for sure. Looking forward.
There you go.
And look forward to catching up with everyone here. Thanks for having me.
Thanks,
man.
Zach.
Take
There
care.
he is, Zach Berman. Yeah, O-line. Coming up next. I kind of goes into what we were going to be talking about in the next segment. Man, how's the plan come together? It's got to be a stone cold lock at this point. That O-line is like the first
it's
position
absolutely
off the board.
No, not if AJ leaves in a trade.
Okay.
Not potentially. If AJ leaves in a trade, then they might get a number 1 pick in a trade, and they could fill that with the first pick. You never know.
I'll just give you.
How about this? If they get a number 1 pick for AJ, then one of the first 2 picks will be a wide receiver.
Right. I've been mock draft up this year, and I hate it. But there's a lot of O-linemen that are being talked about for the Eagles. We'll talk about that more coming up next here on Kincade Salciunas 97.5 The Fanatic. Beer with me. I mean, does that sound all that bad? This Thursday, February 26th, Green Parrot in Newtown. I'll be there with my friends from Corona. 6 to 8, Corona Sixers pregame party, getting you ready for tip-off the right way. Sean Rodman told me he might be in attendance, and I have a big update on the life of Cooper Salciunas that involves Sean Rodman that I'm going to have to give to you on the other side. We might have to hold a ceremony at the Green Parrot this Thursday. Come hang out with us, talk some hoops, get that Sixers game day mindset. Great drink specials at the Green Parrot. Corona family buckets, 3 for $15, and 4 $50 Modelo drafts. Grab a cold one and enjoy the atmosphere. Plus, one lucky fan is walking away with a pair of tickets to an upcoming Sixers home game. That could be you. So don't miss it. Thursday night, February 26th, 6 to 8 at the Green Parrot in Newtown. It's the Corona Fanatic Sixers pregame party. I'll see you there. You got to be 21 plus. Please drink responsibly.
The official start of
Kincade Salciunas before I changed my mind.
All right. The great Andrew DiCecco has told Connor that Howie's speaking at 2:45 today. Is that correct?
Yes, and Sirianni at 3.
All right.
Do you want to do you want to have Andrew check in with us tomorrow and Thursday?
Yeah, we should.
Let's do that.
I mean, look, this is
I'm sure he would.
this is also his paradise.
Oh, he's in heaven.
Combine,
He's in heaven.
breaking down cone drills and
Oh, he's in heaven.
players from colleges a lot of people didn't even know existed.
He is
This
in heaven.
This is your time. He gets his Herb Brooks speech this week because this is Andrew DeCecco's favorite time of the year. All right, real quick. Do I have to hold a ceremony for Sean Rodman?
What about?
So Sean Rodman, the great associate producer here of Kincade Salciunas, was also at the hotel yesterday. In case people don't know, my family was there yesterday because the power was out.
Correct.
So we needed a place to keep the family warm. So they made the journey over to the hotel. And you guys were wonderful. So shout out to you, John, to Ray Dunn, to Sean Rodman, to Austin Jones, not to Connor because Connor didn't want to show his face, which
He was napping.
which really made Cooper disappointed because he loves Uncle Connor.
Well, Connor's a great guy, but he was sleeping.
You guys were awesome hanging out with Coop yesterday. I really appreciate it. Coop,
He's a great
Coop
kid.
was having a freaking blast with you guys.
He was having fun.
All the sound effects, you name it. Yeah, it was a great time. So we're making the drive home, and he goes, who's Uncle Sean? I go, oh, Uncle Sean.
I like that.
Coop gave him uncle status. I did not even tell Sean. Sean is finding out live in the back right now.
Wow,
We
he
talked
got
about
uncle
this on the
status.
air.
That was good.
Because you're Uncle John.
Right.
Because he's known you.
Right.
Ray is Uncle Ray. He's known Ray. Ray was at his first birthday party. So, he knows Uncle Ray. You're Uncle Connor. For a while, it was Mr. Sean and Mr. Austin. But sorry, Austin, you didn't get uncle status yet. On the drive home, Sean became Uncle Sean. Do I have to knight him?
That's pretty good.
If he comes to the Green Parrot on Thursday, I got to buy him a beer.
Let's put it this way. I watched Sean. I watched him yesterday. He's going to be a good dad someday.
I think so.
I don't know because we should have learned this lesson, Cooper, too, about internal hires and promotions from the Eagles last year, making them too quickly without doing enough of a search.
He could be the Patullo of uncles.
That's the one day he had never met Sean bore. Sean chimes in saying he's honored. This made his day.
He could be a Patullo of uncles. It could very well be.
Time will tell.
You know what's funny is
but Sean's been in the game only for a short period of time. Patullo was in the league for 18 years.
That could be. He's
I don't even know if Sean's 18 years old yet.
The Patullo of uncles. It is good. Here's the funny thing, Connor, though, is we were in the midst of playing down there, and Andrew started making a voice with his son. And I went, wait a minute. I said, did you do fee, fi, fo, fum earlier today? And he goes, yes. He woke me up from my nap in the hotel.
Yeah, I didn't realize how much the sound carries in the hall because I was down the hall. I wasn't right outside your room.
We were on the same floor, and somebody woke me up from my nap in the hallway going, fee, fi, fo, fum.
Yeah,
and that's all I heard.
Sorry.
But when he was doing a voice with Coop, and I went, wait a minute.
Is that you?
Did you do fee, fi, fo, fum earlier? And he honestly said,
my bad.
Yeah, I did. And I go, you woke me up from my nap. That's what woke me up. And I hadn't thought about it at all until he did the voice.
That's on me.
Wow, it's incredible.
That's on me. I woke up John Kincade from his nap.
He's a great kid,
entertaining my child. What are you going to do?
He's a great kid. And you are a really good dad.
Yeah, I try.
I'm going to give you credit. Really good dad.
Fran on our YouTube chat.
What's up, Fran?
Sean and Coop, big Paw Patrol guys. Now, Coop's a big Paw Patrol guy because he watches the show. Sean might be a big Paw Patrol guy because, as we've just determined, that maybe he dresses up as a Paw Patrol character.
Well, he is a furry. So, I mean, that's part of that.
Leave Rodman alone.
He was surprised that I knew.
That's Uncle Rodman to you.
I knew Transformers. That immediately was connecting with Coop. I knew Paw Patrol. Yeah, so he was shocked like that. How old's your little girl? 22.
Oh, he's asking you? Yeah, it's
22. She's not little. She's not little.
All right. So yesterday, Dave Zangaro. Remember, Dave Zangaro on Middays with Marks a couple of weeks ago said that he would be the official Middays with Marks mock draft guy.
Okay. So that means they're not using any other mock drafts?
Nope. And sorry, Johnny Marks, you're on vacation, which means you missed Dave Zangaro's mock draft 1.0. So we are stealing it.
Okay.
I'm marking my territory here, damn it. Dave Zangaro, who
he's on the Slinky coaster now or something.
Is he?
Slinky dog
Probably.
coaster.
Dave Zangaro has the Eagles selecting at pick number 23, Caleb Lomu, offensive tackle out of Utah. Utah has 2 offensive linemen, both tackles that are being projected to be drafted in the first round. Lomu, 6'6", 308, has played mostly left tackle during his college career, but has experience at right tackle. And of course, we're drafting we're talking about the replacement of Lane Johnson.
I'm gonna need a good DeCecco dive into that.
Yeah, on Caleb Lomu.
I don't like the right tackles, left tackles becoming right tackles becoming left tackles by nature, coming out of college in the draft.
Yeah, but we got Cooper Community College.
I don't like it, and I don't want to
coach.
trust that Cooper's going to be a great teacher of that. So I do not like that. Okay, so that's one thing.
We'll talk to Checo about that.
But
basically, every mock draft, I've read like 4, which is a lot for me, as you guys know. I hate mock drafts.
I love them.
All of them are offensive linemen except Mel Kiper.
Oh, Mel. Okay.
I will tell you who Mel Kiper has the Eagles selecting in his first of 17 mock drafts.
What's he got?
Coming up next. Also coming up next, Amy Trask. Joins us at 9:05. We always love having her on.
The Princess of Darkness.
She's awesome. She could talk rule changes in the NFL and a whole lot more. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Hearing from the Eagles brass, I'm Connor Thomas, and with the NFL Combine week upon us, we're going to hear from Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni coming up later this afternoon. Howie Roseman will meet with media at 2:45. Sirianni right after at 3, live from Indianapolis. We will carry that live here on The Fanatic. We got some interesting news that started to drop about comments that they made last week with the future of A.J. Brown in question, willing to listen to potential trade offers on that, and a lot of stuff on the new offense under Sean Mannion and the expectations. So it's must-listen stuff, and we'll be reacting to that throughout the day. The Sixers are in Indiana taking on the Pacers tonight, but will once again be taking the floor without Joel Embiid. Continues to be out with shin and knee injuries. Good news is Pacers have most of their team also on an injury report. Tip-off is at 7 p.m. You can hear that game live here on The Fanatic. Phillies tied the Nationals 5-5 in their latest spring training game yesterday. Edmundo Sosa went 2 for 3 with a run scored. They'll play the Marlins today at 1:10. Flyers are back from the Olympic break tomorrow down in Washington taking on the Capitals. Don't miss former CEO of the Raiders, Amy Trask, joins us coming up next to talk about the process teams and players go through at the Combine. This update is brought to you by Dairy Queen. The new spicy menu at DQ has opposites attracting. Spicy flamethrower chicken strips now served with a dip of sweet DQ soft serve. Sounds wrong, but tastes so right. The new spicy menu at DQ at participating locations. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
If you implement a complete wholesale change, the learning curve is going to have a chance to really cost this team. If you go with something that is going to be scrap everything that we've done in the past, do things that are completely different, there's a chance that September and October could be really, really bumpy. Do you want to say to yourself, let's scrap everything and start from bare bones, where it could be really, really bumpy getting this thing up and running? Or do you want it to be more of a change that is, let's fix the passing game and try to keep the running game with a healthy offensive line more like we know it? How do you want? Wholesale change or more cosmetic change?
All right, so Petty Andrew wants to see a completely different offense because I hated it so much last year. And let's face it, I know there's a lot of people that get uncomfortable with it. There are questions about whether or not Jalen Hurts can run certain offenses in the NFL. What's the best way to learn it? By doing it. That's Petty Andrew. I'm not petty this way. I got to be logical. I don't think they need to do this complete overhaul. You have the same roster. We talked about it yesterday. We'll see what happens with Dallas Goedert. We'll see what happens with A.J. Brown, whether or not he gets traded. But right now, on February 24th, you have the exact same roster that just won 2 years ago. Why would I have to all of a sudden do this brand new offense that's going to change everything with a team that won a Super Bowl not that long?
Now back to the show.
All right, coming up at 9:05, Amy Trask, former CEO of the then Oakland Raiders.
The Princess of Darkness.
Of course, does stuff for CBS. She'll be joining us coming at 9:05. Talk about Combine, upcoming potential rule changes. By the way, per Adam Schefter, there will be no tush-push ban in the NFL. However, there will be a tush-push ban in the UFL.
What?
I forgot that league existed.
I didn't even know it existed either, except...
When, did they play last year?
Yeah. Yeah, that's Rocco Beck's dad, who is now the more famous Beck, is
Beck,
Anthony Beck.
I thought you said Beck. I was like,
no, Anthony,
Carson Beck?
Anthony Beck, now the second most famous Beck in his family.
Okay.
Rocco, his dad coached the St. Louis Nighthawks, I believe.
Sure.
I'm more of a Memphis Showboats guy.
I thought it was St. Louis Nighthawks.
It is the St. Louis Battlehawks.
Battlehawks.
Come on, show some respect. I'm trying to see if the 2025 season happened. Because remember how networks were trying to push these leagues and everybody realized it was pretty much a waste of time. The 2025 season did take place.
Yeah, I thought they did.
I don't know.
I don't think anybody's really...
I don't know how the teams played.
They play on ABC on Saturday afternoons.
Do they really?
I thought they did. Saturday afternoons on ABC, if I'm not mistaken.
Man, I missed
wouldn't
this.
know.
I thought they were a Fox affiliate.
I thought it was Saturday. Well, one of them, but it's on afternoons. I thought it was.
The championship took place in June. I missed it. Between the Defenders and the Panthers. Not the Carolina Panthers. They might not even win in that league. The Defenders won 58-34. That seemed like a really compelling championship game of a league that everybody's locked into.
More points than the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, you heard the little reset there, the recap. Our first question today for you was, should the Eagles change the offense entirely under Sean Mannion? And as the show has gone on, we've gotten pretty interesting that they talked last week.
Okay. They did, right?
Why? Why did they keep it hush-hush? Just out of
I think that,
respect of thy fellow journalists that can't make the trip?
I think the journalists who can't make the trip, they all, as a group, that's why I asked him.
Yeah.
I think they embargoed the information and said, we'll all release the same. They all released in the same hour. You notice that?
Yes. No, all of them. Because you said during one of the breaks, he goes, oh, my God, I just have something from Jimmy Kempski. I was like, I have that exact same thing from Dave Zangaro.
So they all released it.
And
We're not gonna screw each other over. We're all gonna do it because some guys can't go to the combine.
Which is,
I think that's. By the way, some people will scoff at that. I think that's good because it was not breaking news. There's no breaking news that's being hidden. I think that was very cool of them to do that.
All I know is it made my Tuesday morning easier. Because we had a lot to react to, including Nick Sirianni being totally open to changing the offense to the Shanahan-McVay tree. What do we got on the text line, Connor, at 610-632-0975? They also spoke about A.J. Brown. Sounded a lot different than how it sounded 5 weeks ago. It sounds like how he's going to listen to offers, which he should, regardless of whether or not you want A.J. Brown back. What do we got on the text line?
Yeah, so Joe from Media checks in. He's talking about Mannion and the offense and how he expects it to look, and he wonders if giving this much autonomy to Mannion is creating an opportunity for him to maybe become the Eagles' next head coach.
I don't think so. I don't think we're going to give Sean Mannion a power to be the next head coach of the Eagles. Because here's the deal. If Sean Mannion succeeds, Nick Sirianni's, that means they won. That means they won playoff games.
Yeah,
that means Nick Sirianni's not going anywhere.
They're not
we're doing the same thing that we did about Kellen Moore 2 years ago.
They're not firing the head coach. In fact, just go and look at it. You're not firing the head coach to hire the offensive coordinator.
Right.
That's never happening.
Unless the beginning of the season is so crazy, like the year they won the Super Bowl, where, according to reports, Jeffrey Lurie did indeed consider firing Nick Sirianni during the bye week, the Week 5 bye, and then Kellen Moore would have taken over. But I don't think
I don't think Mannion's ready to take over. He's never even called plays before. I don't think he's ready to take over.
Yeah, I don't think they hired Sean Mannion with the idea that he could potentially replace Nick Sirianni. I don't believe that. What else we got?
We also have a lot of people checking on the Bryce Harper conversation. This texter saying Dave Dombrowski didn't keep it in-house, so Bryce no longer feels the need to keep things in-house. The cat is fully out of the bag when it comes to the Phillies.
Yeah, look, Bryce Harper was upset. And Bryce Harper seems to be upset with how this roster is shaped up right now, which, again, completely agree with him. I completely agree with him. Now, you could say he shouldn't be going about his business this way, just like how the Joel Embiid a couple weeks ago saying that we got to stop ducking the tax.
He's so petty. He's just very petty.
He's petty. Look, even though I agree with Bryce Harper, he is clearly being petty about this entire situation right now. He's clearly being petty. But I'm not hating it because I agree with what he's saying.
No, and he didn't start it.
No, he didn't. He didn't. It was the Pobo calling him not elite.
I also wonder, and we mentioned this kind of in the break when we were just chatting out there, I wonder how much of this and how much we're hearing from Bryce Harper has to do with the World Baseball Classic. Because for that month, he's not going to be available to regular Phillies reporters, so we'll see.
Could be.
I sent you Amy's number just in case she got confused. She had asked to call the number just in case.
So we'll speak with
Maybe she's not getting through or something. So I just
speak with Amy here in a minute. While we wait for Amy Trask, not Amy Fadul. Amy Fadul will be on with Middays with Marks today. That's why she's not in with us on this Tuesday morning. Mel Kiper did his first mock draft. He has the Eagles selecting Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end from Oregon, who had a tremendous season with Oregon and 8 touchdown receptions last year. He's 6'3", 245 pounds. He's a big dude.
He could easily play the A.J. Brown role, right?
The Dallas Goedert role.
The Dallas Goedert
role.
Yes,
Absolutely.
Dallas Goedert role. He could easily fill that role. And by the way, he could honestly play sort of the A.J. Brown role, too.
Oh, he could,
as you split him out. He was split out in that offense.
They need an offensive lineman. What, I mean, wait till round 2?
No, they would have, remember, if A.J.'s gone, they have a first round
right,
pick.
This mock draft is with no trades or anything. This is just the way the teams stand today. They're drafting wherever you're in the order, you're being selected, or you're selecting a player in that spot. And he has the Eagles taking a tight end, which, look, they need to start thinking about what's next after Dallas Goedert. They should have done that 2 years ago. Zach Berman, by the way, made it seem like he's not coming back. And if he's not coming back, you're going to have to draft a tight end, or you make a trade for a tight end and you try to do something over time. I don't know. We'll see. But that's who Mel Kiper has. All right, we'll be joined by Amy Trask here.
She's there
right now. She's
on the line.
Oh, my computer screen is frozen. How about that? That's why I see it on the phone, but not on the computer.
There we go.
Nothing works around here. Amy Trask from CBS and, of course, the former CEO of the Oakland Raiders. Amy, good morning. Thank you for coming on much earlier than what you probably anticipated, being that you're in the West Coast. Thank you, Amy.
No. I'm a morning girl. If I'm not up by 5 a.m. at the latest, I feel like I've missed half the day. I love joining you men in the morning.
And we got to get to her so she can get to her little car. She has a little car, so we got to get right to it with Amy today. So we got her car to get to it. Amy, you've been to a lot of combines over the years, and you ran a lot of these combine operations. What is the biggest waste of time at a combine, and what does Howie Roseman have to accomplish at this combine with his entire team? What were his marching orders?
Wait, what is the biggest waste of time? Do you have about an hour for this segment? Because it's a long list. Look, I don't even know where to begin as to the combine. the information that is gathered at the combine can be and is gathered elsewhere as well. Scouts will look at combines, teams will look at players at the combine, scouts will look at players at the combine, but they've been scouting them all year. And then they're going to bring those players in for private visits. There just really is nothing that you can get at the combine that you can't get elsewhere. But boy, oh boy, is it a boondoggle for teams. There's going out at night, there's breakfast, lunch, dinners, hanging out, and oh, let's keep this a little secret just between us. There's tampering too.
Not even legal tampering?
Not even. What is that from the movie? Wait, there's gambling in Casablanca? Yes, there's tampering at the combine.
There we go.
Yeah, we know there's going to be a lot of conversations. Obviously, one of the biggest storylines has been the talking points about A.J. Brown, whether or not he would be traded. So, Amy, curious your thoughts on that, because A.J. Brown, still a tremendous player, but it was a rough season. It was very dramatic. His play on the field wasn't all that great. There was also the off-the-field stuff with social media, being upset with the offense, but he was also speaking his piece, and we all kind of agreed with his messaging. So how do you think this plays out? A player that clearly was upset, but a player that the Eagles wouldn't mind having in their building.
Well, first of all, AJ and I'm an AJ, so we're sort of fellow AJs. Let me start with that. If you believe that player can contribute to your team, meaning if you are the team executive, if you're Howie, if you're a coach, if you believe a player can contribute to your team, find a way to work it out. Now, look, I worked for a team owner that was more than willing to put up with what my grandmother would have said of me. Well, she often did say of me, my shenanigans. I think shenanigans is a great word, by the way. And I worked for a team owner who was willing to put up with a lot if you were contributing on the field. And if they believe he can contribute on the field and make the team better, figure everything else out, because we have bigger problems in the world. You can figure that out.
The idea that what the Eagles have to do now with let's just say they were worried about two of their offensive linemen retiring, potentially, a young guy and an older guy, whether it be Lane Johnson or whether it be Landon Dickerson. How hard is it to go into a draft as an organization with almost an agenda of we're drafting for need more than we're drafting for the plan of long-term growth?
Well, look, a lot of teams do draft for need, whether they need to or not, no pun intended. I believe most games are won or lost at the line of scrimmage. So you got to take care of that offensive line, and whether you do it in the draft or you do it in free agency, you've got to make sure you've got the necessary pass protection there.
Amy Trask joins us here on Kincade and Salciunas. Amy, take us inside the room of the very, very, very sour grapes that was the tush-push debates last year, and then all of a sudden the Eagles aren't as good at it this year, and so that debate went away. All the player health and safety, we heard all about it. Oh, my God, we're putting our players at risk every snap that we run this one specific play. Why did it go away?
Well, because people found a way to stop it. Look, what is the best way to do something when you're in the league? Complain about it or find a way to stop it? We always talked about this with the team. When another team gets into the end zone at your home stadium and is celebrating like crazy, don't complain that they're celebrating. Find a way to keep them out of the end zone. So rather than worrying about how do we stop the tush-push, how do we address this, teams have instead focused on a way to stop it, and they have been, to a great extent, more successful than ever before. Now, I will put in a caveat. If it is ultimately determined dispositively, or at least significantly determined, that there is an increased health and safety risk, well, you know what? That's a horse of a different color, as is said. If that play increases the likelihood of significant injury to a player, then I think you need to take a hard look at it and end it. But if all it is a competitive issue, then just go find a way to stop it instead of finding a way to end the play. And we did see teams find a way to stop it.
Nick Sirianni's your head coach. You're running the organization, and he was an offensive hire. And in 2 of the last 3 years, you've won a Super Bowl one of those years, but you've seen 2 offensive coordinators sort of just crash out where the offense has just been a failure, and he has not been able to help out. What would be your thought as his boss about the guy that you hired?
One thought I'll add is this. After you go to a Super Bowl, let alone win a Super Bowl, there's a different dynamic the next year with teams looking to snag people from your organization and I use the word snag, but I'm not suggesting it's illegal or wrongful for them to do so. But when you're a Super Bowl contestant and when you're a Super Bowl winner, other teams want to come after your coaches. They want to come after your players. They want to come after your scouting department. So it's not surprising. And by the way, the emotions after a Super Bowl are such that it takes a little bit of time to reorient yourself. So, I'm never surprised when a team that won the Super Bowl doesn't do so the next year. Kudos to those teams that do it in a back-to-back manner. I'd be patient. You have a coach there that can lead you to and win you a Super Bowl. If you believe there's holes on your staff, either coaching or otherwise, fill the holes. But you have a coach there who won one for you.
Amy, I have a question about quarterbacks in the NFL draft for you because we're fortunate right now with Jalen Hurts that we don't have to worry about this problem. You mentioned the combine. People have been scouting these players all year long, and then all of a sudden the combine happens. What is it that has a second or third round quarterback all of a sudden skyrocket to the top 10? We can't lose out on this guy. We have to draft this quarterback.
Maybe you can explain that to me because you have scouted these quarterbacks and all the players at all the positions all year long. You've had scouts on the road. You've gone to their games. You have what in my day and age, before me was called film. In my day and age was called tape. Now it's neither film nor tape. It's all, I don't know, what is it? Video.
Digital.
Digital, that's the word I'm looking for.
There we go, Princess.
Okay, Philadelphia fans, make fun of me. I couldn't think of the word digital. But look, you've got all this material on there. You've had people there watching them in person. You've got them on digital. That doesn't really sound right.
It doesn't, right? I mean? Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah, but we know what we're talking about. The fact is, you're going to go to a combine, which is often called the underwear Olympics, and you're going to watch these players, by the way, a lot of whom are not going to throw, not going to pass, not going to catch, but you're going to watch them run through some drills and you're going to change your mind? That just doesn't make sense to me.
It doesn't. It's when you look at the state of the NFL right now, extremely healthy. You feel like it's a very, very healthy product the way it's sitting. Really good if you were.
Are you talking?
Yeah, I mean, like just overall, the business model of the product only. Just the on-field product.
That's what I was exactly what I was going to ask you. Did you mean the business model, the international growth, the
on-field
revenues, or the product itself?
Yes.
Look, I love the game, and the game always changes, and there's always going to be rules we look at. Look, the Rams are still very peeved and looking, understandably so, and looking for rule changes that relate to their loss in Seattle. There's always going to be people that want to tinker with things, and there's going to be things that should be tinkered with. But it's a good game, and we all love the game, and the ratings show that we love the game. The international growth shows that we love the game. So can there always be improvements to any business? Absolutely. But is it a good business? Yes, it is.
Amy, we appreciate the time. We know
Thanks,
you got a car to catch. We appreciate it as always. A little car, and we'll talk to you again soon.
My little car. Okay, by the way, if you're going to be talking about my little car in Philadelphia, and I'm sorry, this will earn me a flag for taunting, deservedly so. Could you at least mention that it's a little convertible?
Yeah, it's a little convertible. It is beautiful.
Oh, enjoy your little convertible, Amy.
Love your weather and hate your pictures of it. Thank you, Amy.
Okay, I love you both.
And hi.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Is Amy Trask.
First woman to ever run an NFL franchise.
Love that.
It's not it's like to go from the legal department to being like the GM to being the president. I mean, that's a big deal. And she had to convince Al Davis, who was sort of a noted, I guess he wasn't a sexist, but he was a noted, just sort of a guy really, he was at the cheerleader tryouts.
Okay.
For his team, things like that. Absolutely.
Just wanted to make sure everything was being run.
Absolutely awesome. And she just pushed her way into being the president of the Raiders.
Damn right. Love that.
And at a time when women weren't ascending to that role. And Amy's been a friend for 25 years, and she's amazing.
I love that.
She is absolutely amazing.
All right, well, coming up next,
Powerhouse.
There's more to react to from Amy Trask. Also, more to react to from what Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni told members of the media. Now we know last week. It's just all dropping this morning. They do speak later today, so make sure you're listening to Unfiltered. I'm sure they will carry it and update you on everything that Howie and Nick have to say. They said a lot, including the way the offense looks. Do you want the offense to completely change? We'll get more of your responses on that next. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Howie and Sirianni set to speak. I'm Connor Thomas, and Howie Roseman will meet with the media at 2:45 live from Indianapolis as the Combine gets going. Nick Sirianni will follow him at 3 p.m., and we've already seen some interesting quotes from a previous media availability that have dropped this morning, detailing where they stand on the A.J. Brown situation, willing to listen to offers, and also the thoughts on Sean Mannion's new offensive system that will be implemented. It'll be an intriguing press conference, as it always is when we get a chance to hear from the Eagles brass. So you'll hear that covered live here on The Fanatic during Unfiltered. The Sixers, you'll hear them take on the Indiana Pacers tonight, a 7 p.m. tip-off. No Embiid for this one. Still out with the shin and knee issues. The Pacers do have a laundry list of players on their own injury report, so Sixers a chance to move to their second straight victory. The Phillies, they tied the Nationals 5-5 down in spring training last night. Edmundo Sosa 2 for 3 with a run scored. They'll play the Marlins today at 1:10 p.m. And the Flyers are back for NHL action tomorrow night after the long Olympic break. They're going to be down in Washington facing off against the Capitals. So we've got a lot of news that we're going to have to get through throughout the day right here on 97.5 The Fanatic, including everything going on NFL-wise with the Combine out in Indy. The drills don't start till Thursday, but the league is descending on Indianapolis. This update is brought to you by Papa John's. Introducing new pan pizza for Papa John's. Order a medium, one-topping pan pizza, just $11.99 when you download the Papa John's app or at papajohns.com. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
o'clock. Let's get back to more of Kincade and Salciunas right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
The final hour of Kincade and Salciunas is presented to you by The Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. You need details? Go to Bagster.com.
You just heard the voice of Johnny Marks before. John Kincade told us about The Bagster. Johnny Marks in Disney World. So he is not on today. It is Ray Dunn with Amy Fadul. So Tuesdays with Amy continues. Just
You think he's exhausted? Like, how do you think? Because remember, John's never done this.
This
is his
I thought you
first-
meant Ray. I was like,
No, this is
Ray
John's.
exhausted?
This is John's first.
Yes.
I think it's exhausting the first time.
He's got 3 kids? That's a lot.
It's exhausting.
In Disney World?
I
More
think-
than one.
I think he's going to find it very overwhelming.
Yeah.
It's very, very overwhelming. It can be overwhelming with one kid.
We've already had the discussion. Like,
What age were you thinking?
we're thinking 5.
I think 5's great.
So Coop turns 4 next month, less than a month from now. We're thinking 5 for the first, because like
There's no reason
he
to.
hates waiting for his waffles to pop out of the toaster.
Well, the
think he's-
waiting in line would be brutal.
Yeah, so we got some
Good job.
We got some time for Coop and Disney. Mickey ain't going anywhere. All right.
No, Mickey owns half the world.
Wait till 21 so he can drink around the world. Make the kid earn.
I've never done that. I would like to try that.
Yeah,
one day.
Liv wanted to do that for her 21st, and then she passed. She goes, I'll do it, but
You could do you could do that whenever.
she'll do it whenever.
Real quick, before we get back to some of the comments from Howie and Nick as they spoke to members of the media last week, as Zach Berman told us, it all came out today. Have you paid attention for a second? Because we talked about this last week before the gold medal game. You know how people are really big college basketball fans for like 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah. They all act like they know something.
But they've been following college basketball all season long.
Oh, yeah, they're really into it.
Have you followed for a second the McNeese State this year?
No.
We brought up McNeese State actually once this season.
What was it about?
Michigan beat them 112-71. And if you remember, we talked about, you may not have been in because
Yeah,
it was
I don't
around the
remember
holidays.
this.
You weren't in. It was December 29th. We did a little fun topic of, is it worth the headline? Because
Okay.
Michigan beat them by 50, and it was Michigan snaps 4-game winning streak of McNeese State. And I'm like,
You're like, seriously?
they beat them by 50.
Is that a headline?
Because McNeese State plays, their most recent win was against Texas Rio Grande Valley, the Vaqueros.
They got a good team this year. Good club.
16-13.
A good club?
Yeah, they seem like a good club.
A good club?
McNeese State became very popular last year.
Why?
They had the student manager, Amir Khan, that would walk out with the big boom box.
Oh, yeah.
Remember he transferred and there was talks that he was going to get NIL deals?
Oh, yeah.
Did you know he went back to McNeese State?
What?
He did? I didn't know that.
He's been there since December.
Really?
You got the boombox back?
Yes.
Hell yeah, bro.
And of course, he's making its rounds because we're 20 days away from, well, now 19 days away from Selection Sunday. And so he's becoming viral again. And as you
Why?
can imagine, he's making the most of it.
Really, yes.
Because people celebrate the smallest things, which is cool. I'm all about celebrating the little things. But yeah, that guy that was viral for 5 minutes last year is back
Wow,
at
that's
McNeese
interesting.
State.
That's interesting.
I should have hit the breaking news sounder.
I should have. Why? Well, it's not breaking news because he's been there since December. It was all a story on ESPN.
Wow.
My man Myron Metcalf wrote a whole article on it and
That's
how
incredible.
Amir Ara Khan is back.
Amir Khan movement. He's got it.
All right.
Myron's writing for them, too?
Yeah, he does it all,
I didn't
man.
know that.
He does it all. All right, what do we got on the text line? It's been an interesting day because it's one of these days where you throw the show sheet out the window.
It has been, but it's been interesting.
We see Zach Berman, we see Jimmy Kemsky, we see Dave Zangaro. Many members of the Eagles are putting out posts about the Eagles and how they spoke with Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni. We're going, when the hell did this happen? Zach Berman confirms with us that it took place last week. Everybody just kind of sat on it. And
They
a
all
lot
agreed to share it after they got to the combine.
Yeah, and all at the same time. And a lot of it is about A.J. Brown and his future. And the terminology changed drastically from what Howie Roseman was saying 5 weeks ago compared to now about A.J. Brown.
Okay.
Nick Sirianni is all of a sudden all about the Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay, Mike McDaniel offensive mind. He said, this is what I got to do. He's realizing that what did work. Can't deny that it worked. Whether we liked it or not, his mindset of offenses did work. It's not working anymore. You can't have a predictable offense. You can't just out-physical opposing teams, those are his words. Remember 2 years ago when they were winning, when they was being asked about his identity, he said, our identity is to out-physical you.
Yes.
Last year, it was January. Last month. We were trying to figure out what the identity of the Eagles was. And he was like, well, we're still trying to figure that out. I was like, yo, dude, the playoffs start next week. Like, what do you mean you're still trying to figure this out? You're not playing your starters week 18. You're still trying to figure out your identity. What do we got on the text line on everything that sort of dropped today, Connor?
This texter checks in and is wondering about the timeline of A.J. Brown. He says, I'm getting tired already of the flip-flopping back and forth reporting that we're hearing on whether or not A.J. will be traded. What do you guys think would be the timeline for either a resolution or a trade?
Before the A.J. would get traded before the draft.
Yeah, I think you want to know.
I've told you, and I have not wavered. In fact, I've gotten more decisive on it. I believe he's being traded. And as everybody's been, and I think if you listen to Zach Berman this morning, he thinks he's being traded. I think if you listen to Zach, I'm not putting words in his mouth. You listen to it, I listen to it. I think Zach thinks he's being traded. I think he's out the door.
I think Zach's opinion is that he thinks A.J. Brown with the Eagles is better than not having A.J. Brown.
No.
His reporting,
but I think he thinks that it's done. Yeah.
He was also pretty flippant about Dallas Goedert potentially not coming back unless it's a team-friendly deal. And again, if you're Dallas Goedert, unless there's absolutely no market for you, and I don't know what the market for a 31-year-old often injured tight end is, but he's coming off of his career year. And as we went through earlier, there's not many great free agents for tight ends out there.
There isn't, but drafting a young tight end,
you can absolutely get away with.
There is, and there are tons of young tight ends that have come into the NFL and played immediately and have made an impact.
Yeah.
So it is not like you can't go, oh, well, drafting a young tight end.
Here's my
you got to wait years on this. No, you don't.
Some of these tight ends that you're talking about, like Brock Bowers, stud, right? Rookie year stud.
Right.
For a team that stunk, right? Like they weren't ready to win.
Okay.
When McBride gets drafted by the Cardinals, stunk, right? Like they weren't ready to win. The Eagles have a championship window.
They do.
Like, again, I wanted them to draft a tight end before last year so that I could do the Dallas Goedert one more year with
how
the
many
tight
yards did Dallas get last year? I'm not talking about touchdowns. How many yards did he get last year? 500?
500.
You don't think they can get that out of a rookie tight end? I do. I absolutely do.
Yeah, but you can't just wipe off the 10 touchdowns. We've seen Eagles.
No, I'm not, but I think somebody else can get the 10 touchdowns.
Yeah, we saw the Eagles have red zone problems in 24-25 when they ended up winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
No, I got you. This is just the 30. Again, I'm going to go back to it. It's the 30th ranked offense. I think they'll be fine at improving the 30th ranked offense in the NFL.
Yeah, but now you're talking about trading AJ.
Believe me, I love Dallas Goedert.
But you're talking about trading AJ.
Yes.
Goddard's walking. So now WR1 and TE1 are big openings.
Replacing Dallas Goedert to me is honestly the least of my worries. Least of my worries. I would love to have him back at a team-friendly deal.
He was a big part of that offense last year.
Least of my worries is replacing Dallas Goedert.
Big part of that playoff run when they won the Super Bowl.
I get you. Absolutely. I'm not trying to downgrade him as far as saying he is not a very, very good player. I think the league told you last offseason what his market value is.
Screw the league. I saw what his value was with the 10 touchdowns this past year.
I got you. And again, I believe with the 30th ranked offense, you can find somebody to do that. And they'll be able to. Again, we have to go back to it was one of the crappiest offenses in the NFL. They can find a way to be able to do those kind of things if Dallas Goedert leaves, if A.J. Brown leaves. If this guy can do his job, if this offensive coordinator can do his job, they're going to be okay.
You want to know what you want?
What's that?
To hear something that no one wants to hear.
What's that?
Is there a potential learning curve season for a lot of people? Sean Mannion's calling plays for the first time.
Sure, there could be.
If they do indeed trade A.J. Brown, you're trading away your number one wide receiver. Devontae Smith gets the nod to be your wide receiver one, but you're drafting a rookie wide receiver. You might have a rookie tight end.
Okay.
Be a big learning curve season.
Oh, absolutely could be. No, I don't think you're. I don't think there's any speculation.
But here's
there.
the problem: you do a learning curve season in what could be the last year of Lane Johnson.
Could be the last year of Landon Dickerson.
We don't know.
Could be. Absolutely
Could be the last year
be.
of Vic Fangio.
Like that's scary.
You can't waste this year.
That's what I'm saying. Like we're talking about the champion. We're talking about in one breath, championship window is open,
Guys.
and in the next breath, we're saying learning curve.
Again,
season.
I'm going to say to you this: the 30th ranked offense. It's the 30th ranked offense you're talking about. It's not like we're talking about we're trying to bring back guys that were part of the top 3 or top 4 offense in the NFL. They were the bottom of the barrel offense, and we're worried going, could you replace these guys? They're fine players.
How much of it is the talent versus what they wanted to do? Look, Nick Sirianni finally had the come to Jesus moment of it's the come to McVay moment. Like, I think we finally need to do certain things. Like, they didn't have an explosive offense because I also think by design it was an explosive offense.
Oh, I don't think
if Saquon Barkley wasn't busting out 70-yard runs like he was 2 years ago, how much explosiveness was in that offense that won the Super Bowl?
I remember we have said that. Like, we had the conversation on the show yesterday. A lot of that we believe is the beat up offensive line from last year. But as far as we're not talking about trying to say, oh, we're worried about the greatest show on turf being kept together. This was a bad offense last year.
No, I mean,
and before the season started, we were talking about them being one of the best offenses in football.
We were talking about them being extremely, physical, strong. They had I would say, best offensive line in football. They were the best offensive line in football. We were talking about a quarterback that got no love, no respect. None.
Nationally, yeah.
Yes, no love, no respect. And then that continued last year. No love, no respect. That has continued. And some people will say deserved. We won't, but they will. There's a lot that was made right by the Saquon 70-yard runs and that offensive line having a season that no offensive line has ever had in history before it.
Be a lot of changes coming.
A lot of change could be coming.
All right, coming up next, Middays with Marks will be on at 10 o'clock. No Johnny Marks. Ray Dunn will be hosting
Amy,
the
right?
show. And Amy. Did Ray Dunn make a mistake in the hotel lobby bar yesterday? Use your imagination. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Sorry, the screen's still not working. Let me tell you about my FanDuel Sportsbook.
There you go.
Love my FanDuel Sportsbook app. Ever want to go to the NBA Finals?
I've been waiting since 2001, and I remember 1983. Yes, I'd like to.
There is a possibility where it won't be in Philadelphia, the NBA Finals this year.
Could be here.
Could be. May not be. Well, here's your chance, courtesy of FanDuel Sportsbook, in partnership with Valley Forge, to go to the NBA Finals, wherever it happens, even if it's not here in Philadelphia. FanDuel is giving you a profit boost that you can use to predict the future. You heard me right. All you got to do, use your profit boost on an NBA future. So it could be who you think will win the NBA Finals, who you think will go to the NBA Finals. You could bet on the Eastern Conference champion, Western Conference champion. You could also bet on season-long awards like MVP, Sixth Man of the Year. And when you do that, your bet automatically puts you in the running for an NBA Finals trip for 2. NBA futures bets are so much fun because it's something that you can pay attention to as the season continues. All you got to do is visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local. Make your futures bet in the NBA, and then you'll be entered for a trip for 2 to the NBA Finals. Play your game with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. You got to be 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania, no purchase necessary, limit 1 entry for profit boost token, opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Restrictions apply. See full terms, including methods of entry at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Spring training's underway. The Fanatic.
This is Kincade Salciunas, and soon it will be Ray Dunn and Amy Fadul because Johnny Marks out on vacation in Disney World with the family. Good, God bless you.
He's going to be so tired.
God
When
bless him. He's in Florida right now. We're in a foot of
Yeah,
snow.
no, but dude,
Connor, you can't relate.
The wrangling.
You've been a parent in
and
Disney
by the
World.
way, Disney World's packed, right? So not only are you exhausted from doing the walking, you're trying to make sure your kids are all.
Just put him on the teacups and leave him for an hour.
Oh my
By
gosh.
the way, I saw that. I forgot to tell you this.
What's that?
I don't ever want to say I'd rather be dead, but
What?
when I took Coop to the auto show, however long ago that was, a couple weeks ago, had a blast, right? I love it there. I saw two moms with the leashes on the kids.
No. Your kid is not a dog.
They had the backpack
Your kid's not a dog.
where it's like it's an animal
No, your kid's not a dog.
and there's a leash.
No, your kid is not a dog.
And I
No.
for the life of me
No.
could never see myself do that.
That's because you're a human.
And whoever invented it should be in hell. First off, like whoever had the idea,
What do you mean? Builds character.
No, your kid is not a dog.
like
That's why you didn't do it.
I really honestly I get disgusted by it because I'm like,
It's lazy parenting. It's lazy parenting.
Oh, they'll be fine. My parents used to tie me to the tree in the backyard when they went out. I
Well,
turned
that's
out
the-
all right.
Now that explains a lot.
I really don't get it. And I'm sure I'm offending somebody because I'm sure somebody's listening.
no,
Look, they
we
were
need to-
they were in the Philadelphia area.
Well, what I would say to you is this. If you need to do that as a parent, you're not paying attention enough to your kids.
I just I understand I would imagine that person would tell you, well, that means they're always by my side.
That's great. That's great. What do you call them? What do you call them?
Skippy.
Wolf?
I was just it disgusts me, I'll be honest. All right, real quick before we get back to sports.
Sure.
Did Ray Dunn do a violation? I have to ask you guys. So yesterday at the hotel lobby bar, where Connor did not want to join us.
Couldn't find him anywhere,
you
but
know,
he was napping.
Back-to-back nights, by the way.
He was napping.
I came down after you guys left.
Yeah, the previous night, Connor goes, anyone want to join me in the bar? We're like, dude, we've been down here for like 4 hours.
I didn't get a single text. How is that on me?
I think that's assumed that everyone's going to be down there.
Wait a minute, Pop-Up. When you went to bed, Connor was down with us on the night before.
Yeah. When I went
we
to bed.
were there. We were hanging out with Alicia Vitarelli and Adam Joseph
Yeah, the
and
whole crew.
Christy Aletto and everything, and you weren't there. Ricky Bowe and everything, you weren't there.
Yeah, but I saw everybody before I went up. Anyways, so it was you, John Kincade, me,
Yes.
Ray Dunn.
Right.
Before Austin and Rodman got there, it was the three of us and my wife and Coop.
Sure.
And so I picked up a round at the bar. I
did.
missed out on that. Picked up a round. Then I picked up a second round. Now, during the second round, there was a woman at the bar that looked like she was in hell.
She did.
I don't know if she was hungover or sick. And she goes, hey, does your wife have Tylenol or Advil?
No, she was hungover.
And I was like, give me a minute. Because I always have some in my backpack. And so I went up to the room. Ray Dunn was given the change because I had cash on me. And he gave it to my wife instead of waiting for me to return.
No, that's fine.
I will never see that cash again. That cash will be in Christy's wallet until she spends it.
I think it was a smart move.
Instead of holding on to
No.
said cash and waiting for me to return.
No.
That's a you issue if you
That's a
can't get
you
that
issue.
money back from your wife.
If you don't have the
What, you think I'm going to go through my wife's wallet?
no,
could
if
ask.
you can't just say, did he give the cash back? There you go.
Saying. I think Ray should have waited for me to come back
I don't.
downstairs.
No, we side Team Ray on this one. Team Ray on this one.
Look, we all know my brain works in mysterious ways. It's
it
just-
does. Team Ray.
Yeah, I lost it. I
You
lost
did. You
the
lost
cash.
that money.
Thanks a lot, Ray.
It's unbelievable. Team Ray, baby.
He's saying I got it back because I did go to buy another round, but I didn't have enough cash.
I'm
so
Team Ray
I had to use a card.
on that one.
But Ray giving my money away. Let's go to our man Stan in Drexel Hill. What's up, Stan?
Hi, Stanley.
Hey, how y'all been, man?
Good, buddy.
Enjoying the snow?
No, I
Real
can't wait
quick,
to go home and be in
right-
my own bed.
Listen, I feel you. I'll make this quick and brief on the Eagles. I got a lot. I ain't gonna lie to you guys, man. I think trading AJ Brown would be one of the dumbest mistakes you do. I think in the time period that you have right now, this window that we say a championship team that you have, trading your number, especially if you think Devontae is not a number one, trading your number one receiver who had immediate impact to me is one, like, it's just, it doesn't make sense because I don't think you get rid of talent to get better. And if you brought in a new coordinator who, from what I've heard internally, everybody is thrilled with this new innovative offense, and Saquon has never seen anything like that. Why wouldn't I want to see what my weapons can do after having such a disgusting season last
So, Stan, let me ask you, because, Stan, I don't want him traded. The Eagles are a better team with A.J. Brown, but everybody's got a price. So John asked me last week, would you do it for a 1 and a 4? I said no. He said, what about a 1 and a 3? I can't say no to that. If a team offered the Eagles a first and a third round pick for a 29-year-old wide receiver,
who last year, Stan, you would account, did not give the team his best? Come on, Stan. Come on, Stan.
I think there's a lot of factors you go into.
What? Quitting on play. Did you see Saquon quitting on plays? I didn't.
But I also saw him running blocks for Saquon.
Did you see Devontae quitting on routes?
I saw Devontae moping around sometimes.
I didn't see Devontae quit on any routes.
All right,
no.
Let's leave it. Let's leave it very simply. Stan, would you, for A.J. Brown, trade A.J. Brown for a first and a third? That's where I'd say, that's the first time I said, okay, fine.
I think that's where we start talking.
Okay.
Okay,
I'm not even
that's good.
definitively
Okay, well, then you're a reasonable guy.
Yeah, like
you're
I don't want
guy.
I don't want him traded.
Yeah, of course.
But, you know, if somebody came with the moon, like,
no, I mean,
you know,
Stan, what you're saying is, you said a guy who came in here and made an immediate impact. His year 4 here last year wasn't an immediate impact.
Yeah, but nobody who had impact on the team last season besides
he
Dallas
was the only guy that they were doing features on ESPN about quitting on plays.
Right,
the only
guy. He was complaining. He was. I'm not. Listen. I'm not.
I can't deal with that, Stan. I can't deal with that.
I can. When it comes to talent, I will.
I can't deal with. I can't deal with. I can't deal with
arms wide open.
No,
Stan.
That's a coaching. That's a coaching situation to me.
No, that's a couch.
Right, Stan.
That's a couch.
Right.
That's a couch situation.
That's not my problem. That's my problem.
I got 10 out of the 11 guys who can say we're frustrated too, but we're professionals and we're going to work and we're not going on our Instagram. We're not going on and we're not quitting on plays on the field.
I love Stan. That's the coach's problem. It's like when we do the whole. It's not my money.
Exactly.
sign that guy. It's not
my money. Now look, in a non-salary cap sport, I do say that.
Yeah, by the way, do you know who's batting cleanup for the Phillies today?
Who?
Lineup just came out.
Who? Alec Boehm.
Johan Rojas.
No, he isn't.
Well, they just try to get at bats.
It's spring training.
It's spring training.
Well, when do they leave? Saturday.
So
the players leave Saturday.
Would you ever in the world see Johan Rojas batting cleanup for a Major League Baseball
Well, he
team?
won the Mexican League a year ago in Winter League batting title.
In singles. Just like Alec Boehm. So actually, he fits right in.
All right.
Our cleanup hitters don't hit for power. This might actually be a future lineup for the Phillies.
They played to a tie yesterday. None of this matters.
We got a good club.
All right,
good club.
Everybody have a great rest of the day. Coming up next, Middays with Marks. Ray Dunn filling in for Johnny Marks. Amy Fadul sitting in chair 2. Patricia Caputo producing the show. Everybody have a great day. Talk to you tomorrow.
Now,